Good evening and welcome to Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education, February the 19th, 2025 at the Dr. John Casaluna Educational Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Any individual who require disability-related accommodations or modification, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in a board meeting should contact a superintendent designee in writing. Call to order at 5:31, open session. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
As provided by law, the following items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, Government Code Section 54957, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion, enrollment, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Sousa, acting superintendent, lead personnel agent, Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, Armando Ortega, personnel services, employee organization, California School Employee Association, Chapter 203 CSEA, Rialto Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9D and/or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims 1. Comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any items on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We don't have any items.
Okay. We have vote by board members to move into closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The time is 5:32. Okay, welcome back. Make a motion to close out of closed session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and the time is 7:17. Open session reconvene at 7:17. We're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Yes. Tonight we have a special presentation, but first let's welcome Carter High School senior Naizinga Jennings to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you say your name correctly? Because I don't want, did I say
It's
it?
Nzinga Jennings.
Okay, thank you.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Assistant Principal, Mr. Davis, Nalik Davis, and our Lion student as they have come to share the incredible ways Carter High School is celebrating Black History Month.
All right. Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Rialto Board of Education, and Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. Come on, guys. Come on. So we had an amazing month here at Carter High School. Our BSU is doing some amazing things, and our officers here and one of our members are here to kind of talk about everything we're doing here at Carter. We're trying to make sure that our students are engaged in the culture, that they're doing different types of events. So our roundtable, which they're going to discuss, and they'll go over a couple of events too as well, but our roundtable was really student driven. One of the things that I wanted to make sure, and our school wanted to make sure, is that students were in charge. Students developed the questions. Students actually developed the run of the show, the organization. They literally and a few other officers did everything. So the amazing pictures you see around us, they put all of it together. They cut out all the cards to put the groups together. So this was really driven by all of them. So I don't want to take too much time. I really want them to kind of speak to this. And then we'll have Dr. Bailey go ahead and introduce our amazing BSU officers and members.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Really appreciate that. Board President, Dr. Lewis, Superintendent, Dr. D'Souza, Cabinet, members of our administrative cabinet, really appreciate everybody being here today. I know Ms. Streff is here in our audience. She's one of our assistant principals, and we're truly blessed and grateful to have these amazing students representing our school every single day. They're going to get up and speak because they're amazing people right now with the BSU, but every single day, these young ladies represent our school in the most positive way possible with their actions and the way they take care of their business on a daily basis. So we're very blessed to have them. So I'd like to introduce Ms. Nzinga Jennings, Ms. Nyla Rushing, and Ms. Tamaya Woods.
Okay. Hello, guys. My name is Nyla Rushing, and I'm the Carter BSU Vice President. During the Black History Month, Carter's BSU will be having some fantastic things going on. One of the things that we had was our school-wide assignment, which was sent out to all teachers to kick off Black History Month. And these assignments were broken up into 4 weeks, with each one with a theme. During week 1, we had the Big Sixes plan for the Million Man March, which included Martin Luther King Jr., John Lewis, Philip Randolph, and James Farmer. During week 2, we focused on the 10 demands of African Americans, demands that African Americans wanted during the Million Man March. During week 3, Wilmer Amina Carter interviews allowed students to understand Miss Carter's thoughts on Black History Month. And during week 4, a presentation of African civilizations and Black History Month began. All month long during Black History Month, we had announcements. We celebrated African American prominent figures and African American staff at Carter High School. And yesterday, February 18th, Carter BSU had its very first collab roundtable.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. We we have a West Wing, or if that's a toy that's sort of interrupting the speaker, could we turn it to? It's a student? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
I apologize.
Okay, I just didn't know, I couldn't see behind, I thought it was a toy. Okay, thank you.
Do I start over?
Yeah.
Okay, during February 18th, which was yesterday, Carter BSU had its very first collab roundtable with all Rialto USD, Fontana, and Redlands High School. And to end the month of Black History Month, we'll be having a Black History Month assembly where we'll be celebrating through fashion, music, and laughs in history.
Okay.
And during our roundtable, we talked about how being Black at your school has impacted like yourself. It was also a big eye opener for me because we had a lot of different POVs and perspectives of, experiencing being Black at school, but we're also all connected at like once because we are Black. And I also got to hear a lot of different ideas of what people just experience during school and how every school, like, they all have their similarities. And I just really liked it. That's it.
My experience for the roundtable, at first it was a little bit stressful, like trying to go up there and speak in front of a bunch of people. But it was really nice to see the schools come out. I know that we had Eisenhower, Rialto, Carter, and Summit there, and it was really nice to just talk to other people and just hear their thoughts on what it's like being Black in public school. And it was really fun, and we had Chick-fil-A for lunch, and it was just nice. And it was nice to see the students coming together and dancing, and just being able to just be comfortable to talk about their experience as a Black student. And yeah, I had a lot of fun.
During the roundtable, it was very refreshing to be in a room full of people who looked like me, who thought like me, who talked like me. And a lot of topics we covered were I'm glad we covered them because during school hours, I can't really talk to other people like that because, there's not a lot of Black people. There's not a lot of people who look like me, a lot of girls. So it was refreshing to have people around me in the same table, next to me, in front of me, behind me. And I could talk to them. We could all agree, shake our heads, clap, snap, everything I wouldn't be able to do in a regular classroom. That's all.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it. And thank you to all you guys. Did an amazing job.
Well, I want
Oh,
to
yeah,
say a huge thank you to the students, the Carter principal, Dr. Adam, assistant principal, Ms. Christy Strick, and Mr. Nalik Davis, and our amazing families who are here tonight. Your ongoing support makes a difference. Go Lions. Thank you so much. Dr. Davis.
Watch out.
Congratulations. Okay, report out of closed session. And I would like to, on a motion made by Board President Lewis and second by Board Member Williams, the board voted unanimously to terminate the employment agreement of Superintendent Avila without cause effective February the 19th. Board Clerk, Mr. Montez recused himself from participating or voting on this matter. Do we have adoption of agenda?
We have other items to report out of closed session.
Oh, okay. Follow.
Okay, the Board of Education denied the request for a paid leave of absence for classified employee 2879925 from February 13, 2025 through August 13, 2025. The Board of Education approved an agreement for the resignation of certificated employee 2431635, secondary teacher, Cusera Middle School, effective May 31st, 2025. The Board of Education approved an agreement for the resignation of certificated employee 2181135, education specialist, Eisenhower High School, effective May 31st, 2025. And lastly, the Board of Education approved an agreement for the resignation of certificated employee 2531635, STC teacher, Eisenhower High School, effective May 31st, 2025. And that's all, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Vote by all board member?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then next we have our high school district student advisory committee.
So first from Carter High School, Julian Ventura.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. I'm Julian Renteria, Senior Class President for Carter High School, and I'm here to tell you the wonderful things that the Lions have been up to. Our girls basketball and girls soccer teams both made to CIF this year, as well as our wrestling team. And we are incredibly proud of Michael Martinez, a sophomore, for placing third at CIF this past weekend. This marks his second time placing at CIF, a testament to his hard work, dedication, and relentless spirit on the mat. Michael is gearing up for an even bigger challenge as he has some Masters this Saturday. Good luck at Masters, Michael. We know you'll give it your all. Another huge congratulations is in order to our cheer squad for winning a state championship in the novice category at JAMS. Coming off a stellar performance in Las Vegas, they proved once again that hard work and dedication lead to success. Not only do they dominate in competition, but they continue to bring spirit and energy to all our sports teams. On February 12th, at the San Bernardino County Mock Trial Awards, Stephanie Orozco received a scholarship from the Honorable Joseph B. Campbell, Chamber of the American Inns of Court. She was one of only 4 to receive the scholarship.
Woo-hoo, yes.
Congratulations to our speech and debate team members, Kulichi Okpara, Haley Velasco, and Sadie Guilfoys for participating in the Lions Club speech contest this month. Sadie Guilfoys won first place. Congratulations, Sadie. We are proud of you.
Ooh, yes.
This Saturday, February 22nd, at Rialto High School Gymnasium is the 5th annual Rube Goldberg competition. And this year, Carter High School has a Mesa team called Big Red, consisting of 6 students. We wish them good luck. We held our freshest sneak peek on the 13th and 14th, a success as we hosted 8th graders from Cusera, Cole, Rialto, and Frisbee. They were able to speak with counselors, learn about electives being offered, ask questions to our student panel, and experience the Carter High School pep rally. As a follow-up, we will be having a Class of 2029 Future Lion Family Night on March 11th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. to introduce incoming freshmen to additional course information, our wonderful athletic program, and the various extracurricular activities offered at Carter High School. On March 9th, we will be having a Distinguished Scholar Celebration where we will honor 52 students for their hard work and exchange their navy blue cap and gowns for gold cap and gowns to signify them having a 4.0 GPA or above for all 4 years of their high school education. We will also announce the Class of 2025 valedictorian and salutatorian for being top of their class. Tomorrow, we will be honoring 900 students who have received honor roll for the first semester, in which 280 of those students will be receiving principal's honor roll, which means they had a GPA of 4.0 or higher. ASB hosted a Nickelodeon Theme Spirit Week to kick off our Winter Pep Rally, which was on February 7th. It included winter sports recognition, various student performances, and some fun games that left our principal, Dr. Bailey, and our senior class assistant principal, Ms. Strepp, covered in green slime. In closing, we are proud to announce, in collaboration with Eisenhower and Rialto High, we are working on a Totality Festival that will be hosted at Eisenhower. All our USD high school students are invited for this student engagement event on March 7th from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. Thank you for your time and the opportunity for allowing me to share the amazing things that are happening at Carter High School. On behalf of all of us at Carter, we hope you have a great rest of your night and don't forget to roar.
Second from Eisenhower High School, Mariaja Johnson.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, distinguished members of the board, and viewing Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Mariasia Johnson, and to, and to my left, I have Isaac Alondra, a fellow student at Eisenhower High School. I have the great honor of being Eisenhower High School's ASB Vice President. I'm so excited to be here tonight to share some of the thrilling things that have already occurred and will be occurring at the home of the Eagles. Starting with our amazing winter sports, we had some great success with our winter sports. Our boys basketball team have placed third place in league and have qualified for CIF. Our team played an amazing game last Friday. I have exciting news to share about our boys and girls wrestling team. Their past weekend, 2 of our wrestlers became CIF individual champions. Sophomore Mateus Garza and senior Jerry Carlos. This is the first time in school that we have 2 male CIF wrestling champions. So amazing. Mathis and Jerry will be moving on to compete in the CIF Masters meet this Saturday. We also have 3 other wrestlers who have qualified for CIF Masters. Junior Azon Gonzalez, 2 female wrestlers, Junior Emily Mayorga and freshman Mariah Mayorga. The girls will compete on Friday and the boys will compete on Saturday at Sonora High School. This weekend, our Golden Eagles marching band traveled to San Francisco to march in the televised Chinese New Year's parade. The performance was great and the group had a memorable experience. We would like to thank everyone who made this trip possible and for our talented students. Recently, our Acadeca team competed in the San Bernardino County. Acadeca, Eisenhower has awarded the 9th place overall trophy. For all the schools in San Bernardino County, Albert Mendoza and Christopher Carriam received plaques for the top scorers from Eisenhower. The same night, we were proud to have our very own Social Studies Department Chair, Mr. Micah Martintoni, earn the Inland Empire Council for Social Studies, Social Science Educator of Excellence Award. Eisenhower also has had some big accomplishments in the science fair world. Congratulations, Damon Hall, Jose Minza, Mario Robles, Eric A. Sanchez Fuentes from Mr. Atkinson's class. Another congratulations to Damon Encines, Alexander Busto, Jaden Orzogo, Jason Galeros, Rolando Demetrius Brown, Michael Sinostre, Melanie Villa Bays, Brooklyn Mandorga, Nefertiti Brito, Isabella Artingaga, and Nolani Mendoza from Mr. Hibdon's class. Last, another congratulations to David Vanzula, Sebastian Argogo, Derek Acadvoto, Jasmine Obles, and Monica Estrozo from Miss Vela's class. Eisenhower High School is proud to report we have swept all high school level awards this year. Students and staff have worked hard to create these projects, then celebrated the scientific process and promoted inquiry on our campus. On January 31st, we hosted our Eras-themed winter rally. We took students from the 70s to the 2000s. With our amazing decor made by ASB, even had games that represented each era. Our seniors represented the 70s, juniors rep the 80s, 90s belonged to our sophomores, and the freshmen proudly claimed the 2000s. We recognized our winter sports had great performers from our dance, Pacific Islanders Club, and we were entertained with many of our games in our traditional Finish the Lyrics Challenge. This week, we're excited to host our freshmen for Future Eagle Day. We have prepared a full day of fun activities and information to give our future Eagles to start off them on the right path. Our academic success and connection to our campus. Coming on March 31st, we'll be hosting an annual Distinguished Scholars Gala at Sierra Lakes. At this event, we will recognize our scholars who have over 4.0 GPAs. It will be a beautiful night filled with acknowledgement, excitement, and family. These seniors have worked very hard for these 4 years, and this night is that we recognize them. Finally, on March 18th, we're excited to announce our first ever half-cap ceremony. This will be a ceremony for all seniors who are on track to graduate. as well as special recognition for our sophomores who are also on track of A through G eligibility. This is a new and exciting event for Eisenhower. We are very proud of it. Once again, thank you for all your time. I am Mariasia Johnson, representing Eisenhower High School, where we maintain a legacy of excellence.
Third from Rialto High School, Caitlin Streff.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Honorable Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. I am Caitlin Streff, ASB Ambassador, with Crystal Magana, ASB President, and Gabriela Rodriguez, ASB Vice President. And we are from Rialto High School, the home of the Knights. We take pride in celebrating all of our student body. We have 453 English learners at RHS. We just finished up day 6 of LPAC testing with 361 students already tested. We went into testing with a strategic plan this year, so we are hoping it pays off at the end of the semester when our results come in. We are hoping to raise our ELPI and number of students so they can reclassify by earning a 4 on the LPAC assessment. Our NJOTC varsity, JV, and freshman color guard teams were awarded first place trophies in their divisions, including an additional one for first overall. Yes, that is a full sweep. Yes, that is a full sweep for JOTC. Our cadets have reached the milestone of 30 trophies so far this year. That is by far way more than ever before. At Rialto, we admire our sports and are delighted to announce that all winter sports, including boys soccer, boys basketball, and girls basketball, have made it to the first round of CIF. We held our first ever Wrestling League Championship in our gym. Special thanks to Athletic Director Mr. Holland and Coach Kashiwagi for making it happen. On top of that, many wrestling individuals have made it to CIF. And our varsity cheer team took first place at the 2025 California Cheer Pros competition. We are so proud of our athletes and their dedication to their teams. In just its second year back at Rialto High School, our academic teams have already made an unforgettable impact. With 14 schools and over 29 teams from San Bernardino County, they placed 4th overall. But the victories didn't stop there. Our Knights also earned several individual awards for their hard work and dedication. Congratulations to our Knights and their coach, Mr. Ansermit, for their success. Our Rialto High School Performing Arts Talent Night was hosted earlier this month. It was a night filled with spectacular performances running from skits to musical pieces. And we continue to be in awe of our gifted students who light up the stage. As summer grows closer, our fabulous Link crew has started prepping for the class of 2029. Just last week, they hosted an incoming freshman rally for our 3 feeder schools, Jehu, Frisbee, and Rialto Middle School, to visit our campus and complete registration for next school year. Along with taking care of new students at Rialto High, Link Crew has also taken on the responsibility of writing and literacy for our neighboring elementary schools. On March 7th, it is Read Across RHS Day, which will be filled with bubble guppies all across campus where our juniors and seniors will read to second graders. Yay. Being involved in our community is a high priority at Rialto High, and our amazing leadership programs never fail to do so. Continuing our February tradition, we had the honor of celebrating our Black Honor Roll students at an evening event hosted by our BSU. In addition to recognizing our Honor Roll Most Improved and Distinguished Scholars, there were guest performances and a singing of the Black National Anthem by retired RHS teacher Lillian Crawford. This Friday, ASB is hosting our Winter Spirit Rally, where we will recognize our winter sports and have our second school-wide competition throughout the day, leading to one person holding all the cards. As you can see, we have a lot to celebrate and honor at Rialto High. We plan to continue the momentum of building up and highlighting our students and staff while striving for academic brilliance. Keep the lights on, Knights. Thank you.
All right.
And last from Myler High School, Jordan Acree.
Greetings, Board President, Dr. Lewis, Vice President Martinez, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent Dr. De Silva, Innovation Team, and of course, the viewing audience. My name is Jordan Acree, and I stand before you as a representative of DSAC for Myler High School and Zupanik Virtual Academy. I'd love to share some exciting updates from Myler High School and Zupanik Virtual Academy. I am thrilled to announce that Myler High School has been once again awarded the status of being a state-recognized model continuation school by the California Continuation Education Association. We are very honored to receive this recognition. February, it is Black History Month, and we are celebrating big at Myler High School. We already know. Every Wednesday in February, Myler has celebrated with lunchtime contests and celebrations. And every day, I always do announcements. Every day, I always talk about one of the very best Black, the Black heroes that really, I would say, motivated the culture. These events has also been included a basketball shootout, a fashion show, and a hair presentation with music and a real DJ? Like, what? Today after school, we concluded our Black History Month events on campus with its historical presentation of Black history food while enjoying some delicious soul food. You already know how we roll. Like, we got some chicken, we got some greens, like,
Why did you get
mac
invited?
and cheese. You already know, some cornbread.
You get invited.
You already know. Yeah, you gets it. This Saturday, February 22nd, Myler High School students and our Aspires Adult Transition Program we will celebrate Black History Month by attending the Ontario Ring Hockey Team game for its Hockey is for Everyone and Black Heritage Night. This event serves Myler's second respite night for the caregivers for our ATP students. Respite Night is designed to allow the school community to stay connected while providing care for the caregivers while allowing our students the opportunity to socialize in an environment that promotes social skills, engagement, and multi-abilities. In conclusion, everyone, I would love to remind everyone that we are Myler and Zupanik Virtual Academy, where our PBIS beliefs are being respectful, responsible, safe, and focused. And we define our school culture. We are committed to fostering an environment where our students can thrive. Thank you so much for your attention, everyone. And this is why Myler High School and ZBA are number one. Myler is number one.
All right. Thank you so much. And we have people in the extra room to celebrate on Mr. John Solomon.
Those of you that have been patiently waiting for Mr. Solomon, if we can all have you stand here, please. Mr. Solomon, you can stand with President Lewis. And
All right. Yes, yes, yes. Well, I tell you, it gives me great, great honor and pleasure tonight. I am excited to present my key to the district to a worthy human being, God-fearing man, God-fearing man, the math man, the Rialto community tutor exceptionaire. He also tutored teachers who having problems passing their credentialing. Yes. So your lifelong commitment to education and the community has profoundly impacted Rialto Unified School District students and beyond. You can see by the outpouring of celebration. This recognition is reserved for those whose dedicated leadership, generosity have left an enduring mark on our student, family, and greater community. Mr. Solomon was born in Los Angeles and raised in Duarte, California. From an early age, he's demonstrated both academic excellence, leadership, graduating from Duarte High, where he served as ASB president, student peer counselor, an elite scholar, so I know your heart leaped with joy while you were hearing a presentation. His peers recognized his potential, voting him most likely to succeed. Their confidence in him was well placed as he earned a 4-sport scholarship in track and field and attended the University of Houston in Texas. He majored in accounting and was actively involved in leadership organization. He's a member of Delta Psi Phi. Sigma Phi, okay? I'm not a Greek, but I want to be. Business fraternity, served as president of the National Association of Black Accountants, ultimately earning a bachelor degree in accounting. Inspired by Marva Collins, a pioneer in education who founded the Westside Prep School in Chicago to serve underserved African American youth, Mr. Solomon began his journey in community service. Recognizing the need for academic support, he established a youth track and field team in Duarte. He also, at the same time, offered free math tutoring session at the library. However, Mr. Solomon's tutoring came with a unique requirement: parent involvement. He believed that for students to succeed, parents had to be actively engaged in their learning. Parents were not allowed to simply drop off their children. No. They had to stay and participate and support their child's education. In 1989, after getting married, Mr. Solomon moved to Rialto to build his family. He's been married to his wife, Joanne, for 35 years. He's the proud father of 4 adult children, Rachel, Jonathan, Williams, Michael, who are all college graduates. His passion for education continued in Rialto, where he began tutoring at Boss Academy, a charter school near Eisenhower, then provided free group tutoring for local students. Recognizing the growing demand for one-on-one tutoring, he founded the Excel tutoring service, offering personalized instruction from his home on weekends. Along the side of his dedication to education, Mr. Solomon built an impressive professional career. He worked over 20 years as an accountant at Southern California Edison, retiring as an accountant executive. Yet his retirement and his commitment to tutoring never wavered. He continued to support students and adults. Parents, it's not too late. Not too late. And his expertise is mathematics and reading. Hello, Rialto, our focus. Mr. Solomon is a champion for education advocacy. His leadership as a former member of the Rialto African American Parent Advisory Council, DAPAC. He represented Rialto Unified School District both at National Alliance of Black Schools Educator and the conference in New Orleans at the Superintendent and Teacher Conference in Sacramento. He currently is, I got a tickle. He served as the Chief Financial Officer for 2 youth organizations in Duarte, the Black Alumni Association and the Youth Essential Skills, in Redlands. Additionally, he's a dedicated member of the Scholarship Board Ministry at Ecclesia Christian Fellowship in San Bernardino, where he was the lead instructor at their UCLA math summer program, which was free. For over 35 years, he has selflessly served students in our district, surrounding community. His legacy is one of compassion, dedication, relentless pursuit of education excellence. Today, I honor you for your unwavering support. And he made math fun. He made math engaging. When teachers could not pass their tests and they couldn't get their certification, he tutored them till they completed that. Okay? Did you hear that, teachers? Okay? So I proudly, because I was one of those parents that had to stay with my child. That's it. Stay with them. We can drop them off and go get something to eat. No. Rialto Unified School District, Key to the District, present to John Solomon, professional tutor, educator, excellent in tutoring and student support, presented by Dr. Stephanie Lewis, Board of Education President, Wednesday, February the 19th. And I'm going to let you say a few words while we'll turn around and board members, will you join? Of course. Just
as you're pursuing education and looking at trying to help the kids in the community, there was something that touched me, an article I had read years ago, and it was dealing with the American philosophy towards students when we look at them in education and the Asian philosophy. In the Asian philosophy, the American philosophy was like this. If the child if the child cannot learn, then the child has a problem. In the Asian community, they said, I am an educator. If the child doesn't learn, then I have a problem. And we have to take it from that standpoint. There's all children have the capability of excelling. All we have to do is find out where we need to tap, the resource, that inspiration that they need to bring them up and show them that they can be competitive. I have a few students here I would just like to acknowledge. Ashley, come forth, please. Amen. Ashley graduated from And Ashley, what program did you start in the beginning before you came to me? What program was
Sylvan
that?
Learning Center.
Okay, Sylvan Learning Center. But they had you in school. They had you in a.
Oh yes, I was in. Is it? I don't know what they still call it. Special ed.
It was special ed.
Yes.
Okay, so she was in special ed. I had her for one summer first, and then we tested out of special ed. And when her mom first brought her to me, her mom had two daughters. Ashley is the second, Camille is the first, and Camille, she soared. Okay, and Ashley was in special ed, and her mom just said, John, if you could just get her to graduate, I'd be so grateful. Well, not only did we test out of special ed, she got into regular class and excelled. Then she went to what university?
Virginia State University.
Graduated with honors, and then you went to what university?
Azusa Pacific University.
Where she got her master's. Okay, so, and she is still excelling. Now Ashley, because of this, now Ashley had to leave a legacy. Come on up here, Lawrence. This is one of my current students, I just want you to know. Okay, I've been tutoring for over 35 years. I have a few students where I tutored their parents, or the mother usually. And then I think the oldest one, the daughter, is about 20 years old now, where I tutored the parents first and I tutored the daughter. So I just wanted you guys to see Ashley. Okay. Jason, come here, sir. Okay. Now Jason. Jason happens to come from Kaiser High School.
Okay, Jason.
Okay, Jason came to me over one summer, and he was trying to graduate. He had graduated from high school, and he was trying to get into a university. And at the time, you had to have a minimum. You still do have to have a minimum SAT score, or you cannot go to a university. You can go to a community college, but you can't go to a university. He was 200 points under. We went 200. We went and we tutored over the summer, and Jason was 200 points over. He was right there. Now, Jason ended up going to Fresno State. And after you left Fresno State, brother, where did you go?
Bengals, Panthers,
The
Colts.
Cincinnati Bengals, the Panthers, and the Colts. I have a few young men that have gone on to the pros, but this is just one of them. This is one of the legacies. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Because this is a live televised board meeting, if you can all turn this way, thank you, if we can all turn this way.
Okay.
Remember, we had that great relationship at around 6:30 to 7
hold on,
o'clock?
hold on.
We're all listening, we're turning this way, and we can turn back. Younger people and shorter people up front, please. There you go. The parents can, I promise I'll get everyone. And Mr. Solomon, I need you up front. President Lewis, we need you right in the middle here. I need my board members, please, to be in the front. I appreciate all of you. We're going to try to get everyone. You have to move after. Mr. Montes. Mr. Martinez. Why are you working? So we are still live televised board meeting. If you can please look at this young lady here, Ms. Ortiz. We do. So, okay. So, in fact, please come up, Mr. Montes. And where is Ms.
Dr. D'Souza is here.
Okay. And okay. So, if you can see this, she can see you. Everybody give us a big smile. People,
Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
and I need a thumbs up on the third one. Thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a televised board meeting. If we can make our way outside.
All right. We're gonna continue to move out and celebrate on this won't he do it moment. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, it's in the middle. Okay.
I'm not doing that little cat.
Okay, next as we prepare to get ready for our district, we're going to go ahead to the West Wing and we're going to get ready for our district assessment. Yes, we're going to go ahead and go to the West Wing. And yes, that's all right. Okay. All right.
You're welcome to
West Wing. This was truly what we're all about, academic excellence.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, do we have our next presentation up and ready? All right.
Dr. Lynn and Dr. Bashir.
Yeah.
I gotta look.
And we have a beautiful West Wing that we can continue to take
If
pictures
Dr. Lynn
in.
and Dr. Bushiaga can please come to the front.
West Wing, thank you. Yeah.
Don't forget where's your? My wife. Oh, okay. Don't forget your class.
Sure, Jason Shirley. He graduated from being in my class.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You know?
Yes. I don't remember him. I gotta look at my yearbook.
You know him now.
Yeah, no, right?
All right. What a wonderful celebration of a lifelong tutor, educator, community giver, Mr. John Solomon. So as we move to our next phase, we're going to have a presentation of our district assessment 2024 to 2025 by
District
Dr.
assessment.
Ingrid Lim, lead academic Asian elementary innovation, and Dr. Manuel Burciaga, right? Lead academic agent, secondary innovation.
Awesome presentation, by the way. Love it. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Acting Superintendent, Dr. D'Souza, and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Manny Burciaga, and I'm the lead academic agent for secondary innovation. And tonight, along with Dr. Lynn, we're going to go ahead and present the district assessments, diagnostic assessments that we have here in our district. And some of you may ask, you know, what is, and let me see if I get the clicker. Do we have a clicker? Hold on a minute. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. There it is. Okay. Some of you may ask, so what is a diagnostic assessment, right? So diagnostic assessments are designed to understand each student's strengths and weaknesses within a particular skill set. Okay, this allows for tailored instruction, focused on individual needs. They are typically administered in the beginning of the year, sort of like a dipstick, right? The beginning of learning unit, to gauge prior knowledge and informs future teaching strategies. Now, while the standards might guide the overall skill areas assessed, the specific questions and tasks within a diagnostic assessment are often tailored to identify precise skill gaps within those areas, not solely reliant on standards. So let's keep it simple though, okay? Let's keep it simple here. A diagnostic assessment is like a patient going to the doctor's office. The medical staff will run tests, labs, etc., to determine the course of action to have that patient be healthier than ever. And that is what we want for our students. We want to make them the most academically healthy students who are engaged, inspired in their learning in order to be prepared to continue their journey toward achieving their future aspirations. Simple as that. Okay, now we have Dr. Lynn who will present the K-8 diagnostic assessment.
I'm shorter, so. Thank you, Dr. Burciaga. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Lewis and Acting Superintendent, Dr. D'Souza. My name's Ingrid Lynn, and I'm the lead academic agent for elementary innovation. And as Dr. Burciaga said, we're going to be discussing our diagnostic assessments. And for my portion, we're going to go ahead and discuss iReady. iReady is a diagnostic that we use for middle school as well as elementary. The focus is for students to identify their learning needs. Teachers use the data that this assessment that is adaptive provides for them to tailor their instruction specifically to their targeted needs. For example, if the student needs support in phonemic awareness, this assessment is able to provide that for our teachers. If they need reading comprehension, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about that as we move forward. But the real purpose is to really provide tailored instruction for our students to have enrichment opportunities with their learning. As you look at this slide here, this one talks about the time frame. Every time frame is different depending on the grade level. The reason why you see red around kindergartner is because as we move forward, we are not going to present kindergartner data, even though this assessment is K through 8th, because kindergartner data is only, we only have a baseline. Our students are not assessed until 6 to 8 weeks into their school year. So currently we only have winter data, but in the spring, if you would like that data, we're happy to provide that to you. So our focus is gonna be grades 1 through 8th. And as you can see, this is a reference for you to see the sessions. And as students are in higher grade levels, the complexity increases, as well as the time to complete an assessment. iReady has 5 different placement levels, and you can see them here. Our goal is to ensure that all students make it to mid or above grade level. As Dr. Burciaga said, the purpose of this diagnostic is that we know the skills of our students, so that we have standards assessments, which are based on the benchmarks that they take, the standard that the student is supposed to be at that specific grade level. A diagnostic specifically for skills. What are the skills that every student has in their current grade level? And so our goal is to ensure that all of our students are at mid or above grade level, which is to indicates that they're gonna be college and career ready. However, we do know that we have a need and opportunity for our students to get to that level, and I'm gonna discuss all of them as we move into the data. So the results for 1st through 8th grade, you can see those here. We have fall data as well as winter data. The number that you see below the end value is the number of students that were tested. So we had a little bit over 13,000 students in the fall as well as winter. It's important to note that because consistency is key when you have a sample of students that are being assessed, so that when we look at the data, we see those trends. If you look at our data here, like I said before, our goal is to be at mid or above, which is where students are performing at grade level. If you look at our overall data, we have 3 or more levels below. We have 20 currently with the winter data. 23% of our students are there. But if you look at the fall data, at that time we had about 28%. So our goal is to decrease the 3 or more levels below, as well as all the way to 1 grade level below. And if you look at the trend, we are having those increments in the areas where we want, which is the mid or above grade level. And we are decreasing the other areas where our students are 3, 2, or 1 grade level below. This is the same visual. It's just for you to see the gap between all the performing levels, but also to see that we are working on bridging that gap, and that our teachers, are working and putting their efforts into interventions and supports for our students throughout the instructional day. In this slide, you're going to see all of the different student groups. We have our English learners, which is our first group, and we tested about 2,800 students in the fall, and in the winter, about almost 3,000 students. And the trends are the same. Our goal, like I said earlier, is to ensure that our students make it to mid or above grade level, or that they're increasing a level each time. And currently, we are seeing those gains throughout all of our data, that students are making that progress. If you look at our students with disabilities, same pattern. Our African American students and Hispanic students, you can see that they are making more significant gains than our other students. So we do recognize that our English learners, as well as our students with disabilities, need extra supports. And we are working, and I'm going to talk about that later on, the supports that we provide for all of our students to eventually get to the mid or above grade level. We also have we broke down the data by grade level. So we have 1st and 2nd grade level. The reason we clustered these two together, because students in the lower grades are learning to read. So the assessments concept is different. We are looking at letter recognition, letter sounds, putting words together and so on. So if you look over here, I want to give kudos to our kinder teachers and our 1st grade teachers, because we don't have any students that are 3 or more grade levels below. So that shows that the interventions and the work that our teachers are putting into the classroom is working, because you remember, our 1st graders were our kindergartners last year, and our 2nd graders were our 1st graders last year. So that's something to celebrate. If you look at our mid or above, which is our goal for all students, we did have a significant increase in the fall, from fall to winter, as well as for both grade levels. When it comes to our 3rd through 5th, again, we cluster these because I talked about the difference between the complexity of the assessment. So students in these grade levels, the test does get more difficult as we move, as we increase the grade level. And in this level, at these levels, students are expected to read to comprehend. So they're reading passages, informational text, analyzing, thinking critically, and so on. So you are going to see different data results. However, we are still seeing those gains in every grade, in every level, along with every grade level, and when it comes to our students. And also, I want to emphasize again the N value, which is the number of students that were tested, has been consistent, which helps to identify those trends and supports that we need for all students, and also to build the capacity of our teachers and see what are the areas of needs that we have. So 6th through 8th grade level, which is our middle school, it does get more complex. And as we know, students, I'm a former middle school teacher, and I know, those grade levels can be challenging because we make the assumption that our students are able to read. But this is one way for us to identify the needs of our students. And it does get more complex as they test, but also the timing. And we know that with technology, with, access to apps, our students' stamina decreases. So we do recognize that, and those are things that our teachers are doing a great job at identifying and supporting and motivating our students. Grades 1st through 8th results for math. So remember, iReady is for math and reading. So it's going to be the same trend as we did for reading. We have the overall. We tested a little bit over 13,000 students in the fall and in the winter. And also we had, in the fall, we had about 26% of our students who were performing at 3 or more grade levels below. If you look at our winter data, we did have a decrease of 5%. Which again, that's is what we're looking for, to decrease those percentages so that we can eventually get to the early on or mid or above grade level. And you can see that we made some gains there too. This is a visual for you to see it, and that, like I talked about earlier, the gap and how we are bridging this gap with our teachers are working really hard in ensuring that our students are receiving the proper intervention. Mathematics, when it comes to our student groups, we have our English learners, our students with disabilities, African American students, and our Hispanic students as defined by the state. Similar trends. If you look at all of our data points and compare them from fall to winter, we are seeing that we are decreasing in the areas that we need to decrease and increasing in early on in mid or above grade level, which is where students are getting close to their grade level performance, which I talked about earlier, which is the goal to have them there so they could be college and career ready. Our grade levels, 1st through 2nd grade, if you can see that too. So again, kudos to our kinder and 1st grade teachers because we did not have anybody performing at 3 or more grade levels below. And if you look at our data, we did have a significant gain from fall to winter when it comes to 1st grade. We had 5% increase on students that were at mid or above grade level, and we had 8% of students in early on. So that's 14% of our students, 14% increase of students that are performing at grade level or early on grade level, which is, it is a celebration that we need to recognize because it is, when you are doing intervention, our students and staff are working extremely hard. 2nd grade, we have those similar trends, and we do recognize that 2nd and 3rd grade, there is a discrepancy there when it comes to the results. But like I said before, we are working closely to ensure that interventions are happening. 4th and 5th grade, you're able to see in 5th grade, there's a 10% decrease when it comes to the 3 or more grade levels below. That's a celebration. And then we have a significant gain when it comes to our early on and mid above grade level in all of our grades. And when it comes to our middle school, we do recognize that we have multiple opportunities there to work with our students and work with our middle school teachers to continue to support and provide those intentional targeted interventions in reading as well as in math, as you can see here. So now what? We have this data, right? What do we do? What do our teachers do? Was as I wanted, like I said earlier, recognize that our teachers are working hard, but they also have tools and resources that come with the program. The program is able to group students based on their needs. So for example, if I am a student in first grade and I'm struggling with phonemic awareness, but then Dr. Burciaga is a student in fourth grade and he's struggling with informational text, reading comprehension. So the program is able to group a student like him among other students that have similar needs, the same for me, and the teacher is able to provide that targeted instruction. And so we're able to provide those prioritize the needs of the students, but also tailor the learning and provide the progress monitoring throughout the year. What are we doing as a district? We do have reading specialists at the school sites. We have coaches at the secondary sites. We also have strategists at the elementary level, and at the district level, we have one ELA strategist that supports all elementaries, 19 elementaries. We have 3 math coaches that support all 19, 2 math coaches that support 19 elementaries and 1 that supports secondary. So we do have those supports. We also have targeted tutoring. The focus is, like I said before, strictly based on the data that the reports provide. We have structured literacy programs throughout the day that are being integrated in classrooms. We also want to extend this beyond the classroom, which is why we have the district-wide events. We have family literacies. We have our Literacy Numeracy Future Ready Fair. We have Read Across America, Read Across Rialto, which is coming up. We hope to see you March 7th. And then we also have other literacy programs happening throughout the schools so that we are promoting this beyond the classroom as well. Now I'm going to hand it to Dr. Burciaga.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Dr. Lynn. Okay, so now you may ask, what are we doing at the high school level, right? We have K-8, okay, that diagnostic. But believe it or not, at the high school level, we did not have, in the recent years, a diagnostic assessment program like iReady. Covers K-8. So last year, we decided to pilot the Northwest Evaluation Association diagnostic assessment program. Okay, and this obviously, okay, works like iReady, and it accurately shows student growth in ELA and math. And this helps our teachers plan curriculum, just like we talked about. This helps adjust instruction, right? It matches the student ability and provides methods of visualizing that academic progression for teachers. So if you look here, it's a little bit different than the iReady. Same colors though, okay, but there are 5 ranges in reports and are based in the NWA norms. They're based on that. And they correspond to the percentile ranges of 20 points each, which is called quintiles. Now, in high school, when we do the CASP exam, which is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, that is the state exam that is going to tell us where we are with our 11th graders. It's only in the 11th grade. Right? And so here, yes, we do go ahead and test them in the fall, okay? And then we go ahead and do a winter one, NWEA, for the 11th graders. And then obviously they take the summative with the CASP in the spring. But with the 9th graders, we decide, okay, let's go ahead and do it in the fall, but let's get them ready for the CASP and testing, so they will go ahead and do it in the spring. Okay, so right now, we do not have data for this year for the 9th and 10th graders in the spring, but we do have it for the fall. So we're anticipating that and to see where we are with that. Okay, on to the next thing. So now, here we have data for the 11th grade, okay, district reading data, right? And so once again, I want to explain the colors. Okay, we have red, means low. Low average is orange. Average is in yellow, green, high average, and blue. Obviously, we want to be, okay, in the yellow, green, blue. And that's where we want to be. You could see the window of how many students. Obviously, it's less students because this is all 11th graders. And we have, in the red, it increased. You guys see that? Okay? But it did increase also in the blue. So there's some good things and some bad things here that are going on. And when I say bad things, it's not like, oh my goodness, we can't do anything about it. That's the purpose of this. We can go ahead and do something about adjusting instruction. We have in the blue, green, and yellow at 57.5%, and then in the low at 42%, and that was in the fall. In the winter, it went to 50%. It's not like if it's a big drop, okay? But blue, green, and yellow, and then in the low at 49%. Now, this difference that we see here is going to help shift instruction, and that is the purpose of this, so we can make data-driven decisions for our students. Whoops, hold on a minute, went backwards. Here, we have the student groups, and I know Dr. Lin reminded us what EL, right, English learners, student with disabilities there, African Americans, okay, and Hispanic. And we see some of those same tendencies. The blue is rising, right? And then we have in the low, okay, the red is increasing. So we did get some qualitative data, which I mean, we got some feedback from some of our EL kids, like what's going on? We probably will make an adjustment. They saw the LPAC, they were gearing up for the LPAC, and that was a priority for them because they've never done this before, right? It's something new that we're adding to them. African American groups keep on making strides, okay? They're doing great things. Now, one thing I will say with the 11th grade ELA portion of it, in the CASP, there are 4 domains that we talk about: reading, writing, listening, okay, and the research. In this case, we went ahead in the both assessments, it just focused on the reading, right? But it doesn't mean that the teachers aren't working on the other domains. We did talk about how even though they have to be at a 49%, that's what we're shooting for, it's one domain. And when we get to math, and you will see this, it involves a bunch more domains, all of the domains. So it's a lot more difficult to go ahead and get those scores up in the math portion. And that's where you see some of our challenges. But once again, we are going to get those interventions going so we can make the data-driven decisions on this. All right, on to the math, so you guys can see this. Here, we have some good news. Okay, if you look at the NWA math for the district, see the red? Lower, right? It bumped up to the low average. So we're doing some good things. We're doing some great things in math, especially in some of the interventions that we're doing. If you go ahead and look, here are the gaps that we showed before. If you look at the student groups, okay, even better. You can see where our EL numbers in the red are going down. Look at our students with disabilities as well. African Americans, okay. Hispanics, okay, down as well. But that's good news because we've put in a lot of work with math. And math has been a struggle across the nation. And it's a little bit different than ELA. And I'm not saying ELA is not difficult. We're not saying that. But when it comes to the NWA assessment in math, I said it includes more concepts and domains, okay, that align with the CASP. But it's important to note, okay, that the math assessment is a little bit more holistic. It includes more domains and concepts than ELA, okay? You have more concepts that build on each other. It requires proficiency before a new concept. So the student has to learn something before they move on to something else. And that's something we're learning with this data and learning what domains we need to work on. So saying that, we're excited to have, we piloted last year. We had gains in the CASP, we attribute because of all the data, and you guys can see this later. We'll probably do another presentation on CASP, okay, gains there. And our teachers, our coaches, our principals are excited to have NWA at the high school, and we thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so
Dr. Lynn?
much.
We're going to close it off.
We're going to close it off with what are we doing as a district instructional focus. So we are committed to, like Dr. Burciaga said, we are committed to utilizing data to drive instruction in all areas, not only for district assessments by using CASP and informal data. We're also committed to implementing professional learning communities where we're going to focus on analyzing data, creating formative and summative assessments, providing our teachers time to plan and building the capacity of our instructional leaders. Actually, last week we had 2 full days where we had all of our elementaries attend the training, and we want to continue with that work because we're going to use that as a vehicle to continue to provide these opportunities for our team, for our staff, but also for other educational partners to come and support. And in addition to that, we have are instructional focus areas district-wide, which are, these apply to all content areas. It doesn't matter what you teach. You can use SIR, which is claim, evidence, and reasoning, close and critical reading, and the other ones that are there. And you might ask, well, how do we know that this is happening in classrooms? We in Ed Services are providing professional development to our teachers and also to our principals to build everyone's capacity so that they have the tools to support the learning of our students. But also, this is something that is going to be continuous. It's not a one-time and, we're done. But also understanding also that our principals need to be the instructional leaders at their sites and visiting classrooms so that we can see evidence of this work and also how we can support to continue to grow and enrich the opportunities of our Rialto scholars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is really good information with the assessment, which will just naturally build into the LCAP. And so we're going to go ahead and have you come of what we're doing. Thank you so much.
Do you have questions?
You want to do it with the LCAP or questions?
With them, for them.
Excuse me. We have a question.
Yes.
Board member, sorry about that. Board member Dominguez.
So for the data on the elementary, is this data included for our DLI students? Because I know that they also, that the iReady can be converted into Spanish. Do we have separate data showing grade levels for Spanish and English, or is it all cumulative and inclusive?
The one that we demonstrated today, it includes all students, including DLI students that are taking the assessment in English, but we can provide us the Spanish data if you would like that.
Please. And then
Yeah.
also, I know that next year we're going to be supporting DLI in our high schools. The new program that we're using for the high schools, the
NWEA.
Is that test geared for DLI as well? Because we got to start prepping for DLI in the high schools.
Yes, it should be for all students, but we'll look at that data. We'll go ahead and make sure that, like I said, we're looking at NWEA, but coming up.
NWEA.
I'm sorry,
excuse me.
NWEA. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
NWEA.
It's Black History Month.
All right, hip hop.
So,
I heard it a few times. I'm like, wait, let's correct it.
hey, it's Black History Month. But no, so I just want to make sure that we're being inclusive to our programs that we have on campus as well. And then also I noticed that for the 11th grade reading, I saw that the scores are going up. Correct me if I'm wrong. I did notice that in fall we had more students than we did have in the winter. Is that increased because of the loss of students, or is it just because we need to have more support for them?
It could be both.
Both?
It could be both.
Okay.
Yeah, we can segregate that data for you. Though. Could be both.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Any further questions? Okay, Board Member Williams.
So the NWEA, are we benchmarking this program from another district that's done really well? Do we have proven knowledge from another district that was in our position that this has a very high chance of working for our secondary students?
I will say this, and I didn't put it in there, but we did start this at Eisenhower High School, okay? And when we went ahead and did it, I don't know if you look at the gains, but the gains have been astronomical in ELA specifically after using NWEA. Now, there is a correlation, and you look at the correlation, and it's, according to our data so far, it's pretty high of what they're doing in NWEA of what's going to happen in the CASP. And so you try to look at that correlation from like 0 to 100, right? It's in the 80s, close to 90, especially in the math. So we did see a big jump at our high schools, and hence why we're trying to expand it to see if that is something that is working. So if it's working within our district, right, and go ahead and look at the CASP at Eisenhower High School and then in ELA, and then this last year it went up at every single high school as well, and we were really excited about that.
Another question. So.
And I know that San Bernardino City does use it as well.
Okay, and they've experienced gains. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a dedicated person that's looking at data across all of the schools, all of
Yes.
the grades? But then we also have each individual teacher also looking at the data.
Yes, we do, and we're very fortunate. Once again, thank you. We have a data IT person that we get it, but at the secondary level, exclusively data and assessment person, accelerator programs, and I'll call her out, Sharice Long Hernandez, who has been helping us out, and even Nikki Wilson, who we've had a secondary person before, but now just doing secondary for ELA. So yes, when it comes to data, these past 2 years, we've gone above and beyond at the secondary level with the new help, the new staff that we've got.
Are these mathematicians, statisticians? What are these?
Go ahead. But they're teachers on special assignment that have been coming up. Go ahead.
Also, part of the PLC work is going to be to analyze the data that you talked about with teachers specifically. So we look at it from the district lens. Then it goes down to just like what we did today. But then the next level is we look at it specifically per site. And then every site looks at their specific grade level. And then teachers at their sites, they collaborate during collaboration time in PLCs. They look at their data and they use that data to drive their instruction. But we do at our principals meetings every month, we as a whole leadership team are always looking at data and looking for those trends and ensuring that, you know, the work that we are doing is in alignment with the needs based on the data that we are receiving. For example, this next week, we're going to be looking at IAB data, iReady data, as well as CAS, so that we are preparing, you know, and continuing the conversation. So it is something that we do constantly in Ed Services with our teams.
So, Ms. Williams, just to let you know, we do have standard space spacing charts, and we actually bought a assessment tool by standard, so the teachers can pull the questions by standard, and then they can plan their lessons with the PLCs, and so we'll be able to constantly look if we have the same assessments, how are each school's doing, so we can monitor it that minute way, and principals can bring their data to the principals meeting for the PLCs so that we can compare the data between schools. So that's the plan.
All right, well, thank you. We're going to sort of move to the LCAP, and then,
All right.
so that might
Thank you.
paint a bigger picture. You know, our mission is education, and it's the time to really look at how we're performing at this halfway point. So, you know, guessing or a report card doesn't show. We want to know these trends.
Before we begin, Board President, I just want to say thank you for the district assessments presentation. And if we have any more questions, is it okay to forward them to the acting superintendent for more clarification? And you had some really good questions.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Board President Lewis, Vice President Martinez, our fellow board members, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, Innovation team, as well as viewing audience. My name is Kevin Hodson. I'm the academic agent over special programs. Part of my role is I oversee the LCAP process, which is a continual, ongoing process throughout the year. Tonight, I'm here to present our mid-year report. I'll talk a little bit more about the purpose and so forth during the actual presentation. Just looking at the topics that we're going to cover tonight, I always, you know, for some people, tonight might be the first time they're hearing about the LCAP. So I always talk just very quickly about what it is. I talk about our 3 LCAP goals no matter what. And then I just want to make sure everyone's aware, because this is a new requirement, but what the mid-year update requires. And then we'll talk some about our metrics, our actions, equity multiplier goals, and then a calendar of events that we have coming up. So this is a slide that I start in almost every presentation that I do regarding the LCAP, and it's just to remind people what it is and maybe inform people who don't necessarily know what it is. But basically, the long story short is, since 2013, districts are required to develop an LCAP plan. You can kind of think about a wide-ranging plan on how we are going to spend a portion of our funding. And so what happened is the state decided to listen to districts when they asked to have a little bit more say at the local level. And so with that, districts get money, extra money based on the number of low-income students, English learners, and foster youth students. So districts get extra money for that. We utilize our LCAP process to make decisions on how to spend that money. It is a 3-year plan. That's always important to remember, and it's good to know where we're at in the plan. So we are only in the very first year of implementing this plan. So last year's process was pretty extensive, and it took, it went through making decisions that we'll now go with for the next 3 years. Saying that, I'm going to be at the end asking for people to come to meetings and give us input, because even though it is a 3-year plan, like any plan, you make adjustments midway through. And so tonight we'll talk about some of the reasons and a couple of the spots where we see that we'll be making some adjustments. But as far as our goals go, districts have to have a goal based on student achievement, which is for us goal 1. Even these goals, we work together. It's not like a few of us just got in a room and decided what our goals are. We like workshopped it at community meetings with principals, teachers, families, students, and so forth. So the 3 goals that we have for the next 3 years: every student will exceed at grade level and graduate high school proficient in literacy and numeracy while being future ready for higher education, career, and life. The second goal is a conditions for learning goal, which basically means kind of your goal for your staff, and making sure that we have appropriate training for our teachers and staff. So we will ensure all students are provided with access and opportunities to support learning with highly qualified teachers and professional learning communities that promote a culture of continuous improvement for student achievement. And then our last goal, I often talk about it being maybe the most important goal, and that's our student engagement. And the reality is those first 2 goals don't matter if your students aren't engaged. And so this talks about creating a positive, safe, and engaging learning environment that is student and family centered. So the requirements, and like I said, this is a new requirement. The actual requirement is just to submit a report, but we decided this year, along with guidance from our board and innovation, to do, to add a presentation to it as well, which I think is a great decision. And so what the requirements are, and that piece of the report you guys got in the folder that I sent you, but to halfway through the year, by the end of February, present any of your updated metrics that you can. Each of the goals has a series of actions, and with those actions, we're required to say what our implementation level is. We'll talk about that. The mid-year expenditures, so kind of the money that's been spent so far on each of the actions. This is a little bit tricky because the way funding works for school districts is it just different things hit at different times in the year. So I won't go too much into the details of it, but what you can feel good about is when we say something is fully implemented, even if it looks like, wow, they haven't really spent that much money on this action yet, chances are it's if it's fully implemented, it means we have plans and maybe the money is just not hitting yet. So that definitely happens. And then the impact to budget overview for parents. So I'm going to talk about some of our metrics. Just first off, I know you guys just heard a bunch of metrics from Dr. Bursiaga and Dr. Lin, but one of the things that we've noticed as we're doing the report this year is that virtually, with just a couple exceptions on a district level wise, our metrics have gone up. So it was a very successful year as far as metrics moving in the right way. A couple of them that we'll talk about just briefly here, I put a quick description so it makes sense on the next slide, but you'll see a thing called distance from standard, and that has to do with how they score our students. And so I put a little example here. There is a score, a number that says, hey, if you get this score of 2340, that's what the standard met would be. And then if a kid scores, say, below it, 2320, that means they're 20 points away from standard. So that's their distance from standard. If they would have scored a 2360, then they're 20 points above the distance from standard. Long story short, they take all those numbers, average them out, and give you one number. Chronic absenteeism, I'll talk briefly about that. That is our percentage of students who miss 10% of the school year. So 180 school days, that means that's that percentage of students that miss 18 days. And it doesn't matter like for the reason. So if you're sick, you're sick. If you're just not showing up, you're not showing up. So it doesn't make a difference for why. Our A to G rate, percentage of students who meet the UC and CSU requirements. So that's a grade 12 metric that talks about the number of students who are eligible to go straight to Cal State or UC out of high school. Suspension rate, that's just the percentage of students who are suspended for 1 or more days. Okay, so that's what that is. College and career indicator, without getting into too many intricacies of it, because it's a very intricate metric, but there's a whole bunch of different ways that students can meet the college and career indicator. This is one of the newest metrics on the dashboard, and so it's one that we're working on district-wide. So just looking at a couple of our successes, and so these will be examples right here of where we will need to adjust these metrics moving forward. Because, like I said, most of ours move in a positive directions, but these specific ones here, they already met what we had as our 3-year goal. And so what that means, that's a great thing, but what it also means is, we will now go back with our, again, it won't be like just a couple of us. We'll talk about it at our community meetings even. In fact, our next one is data heavy, but about establishing new goals for 2 years from now. Because now the goals that we'll be, adjusting will be for 2 years out. So our CASP ELA, our CASP math, our chronic absenteeism rate, these all went up really significantly. And so again, we'll probably be a little bit more aggressive when we make the new goals. But our AP pass rate went up, our A to G rate went up significantly. Some other significant increases, but they have not met the 3-year mark yet, but we did see an improvement in our suspension rate, we did see an improvement in our CCI, and we did see an improvement in our graduation rate. And so a couple of those we'll still look. We may still adjust them and make them a little bit more lofty because we did see significant improvement. So that's piece one. We got to talk about what our metrics are. Then our action implementation level. So, there's approximately like 30 actions per goal. And the way it works is I work with our team. So we all, not just in ed services, there's some in personnel, business. Throughout the district, they all kind of oversee individual actions based on what they do. And so the way it works is I work with them over the last, say, month or so to say, okay, how are we doing on your action? And so they report to me, yeah, we're good. We're going to be able to, fully implement this. Or, hey, there is like maybe a hiccup. There's even a couple that we looked at that we know we'll need to maybe even rework the narrative of the metric or of the action. So that's kind of what happened. But we only have either mostly fully implemented, a few partially implemented, and so I'll highlight those tonight. Those are ones, in essence, you can think of that we're now keeping a special eye on to make sure that we actually fulfill it. And then if we don't fulfill it, we'll make adjustments for next year. And sometimes what happens, because all of these things are projections a year out, sometimes you realize, you know what, we didn't really word that right. We need to fix that because, there's a goal which we'll talk about in a second where it just needs to be reworked. But we don't have anything that's not implemented, and that doesn't happen very often unless there was like some kind of drastic change in philosophy that said, no, we're not doing this anymore, but we don't have any of those. So going through our actions, for goal 1, we have 2 that we, at this point, said are partially implemented. The first one is middle and elementary school career exploration. In talking with the person who oversees that, we just decided a couple of things, like we probably haven't done enough with the career exploration at the elementary level. And so we will look to increase that even in the remaining couple of months of school. This is also one which, and I'll point it out when we work through the new LCAP that you guys will get, in June. This is one that we need to tweak the wording a little bit too on 1.18. Diversified curriculum, that's another one where part of it, we decided to go with partially implemented on this, in part because some of the textbook adoptions that we thought were going to happen this year have been pushed back, not necessarily by us, but like by the state as far as that. And we don't know that we're going to get, that we're going to need to spend all the money that we had set aside for that this current year. So that's why that's there. We're certainly still exploring it, and obviously as over the next couple of years, we have a bunch of textbook adoptions coming in. We'll certainly make sure that the curriculum we get supports diversity. For partially implemented in goal 2, a couple of these, and these ones I will say, we really expect to all be fully implemented, so I'm not too worried about these. Numeracy training, in working with the person who would oversee that, we're doing a ton of numeracy training this year, and they have been. We're just gonna try, we had a plan to kind of have some open-ended PD for our math teachers and elementary teachers that we haven't done yet, but again, we expect to finish that off. The equity implicit bias training. So this is something that we went through 2-3 years ago, I believe. And this is one that also we just, as of a month ago when we were doing parts of this report, it was kind of unclear if we were going to finish that this year. But in talking with Dr. Balagan, we are. So 213, we can feel good that will be finished off this year. STEM training, this is one where we'll have to change the wording. Same thing as kind of the math training. We're doing a lot of STEM training, but what's happened is we've been able to use some grant funding for some of it, and so it's possible, and we'll see that there may be a little bit of leftover on there. And then special education, same thing. This was a really big action. So special education money is not included in the LCAP. That's separate funding. But what we are able to do is train like our general education teachers on working with students with special needs. And so we've done a lot of that. The only reason we put it as partially implemented is, our lead agent just feels like she needs another several months to really make it a complete system. She just feels like, we need to we're close to making a really great system because they have a ton more training this year. That was one of those things that we heard a lot from. So putting partially, we were really going back and forth on, is it fully implemented or partially? And it's really nothing more than just her feeling like she's not going to have the full system in place like she wants to until next year. And then goal 3, this is another one that will absolutely be fully implemented. They've had several of these meetings. They just haven't, I think we have 2 or 3 equity council meetings scheduled with our families as well that are coming up. But we haven't had one with all of our families yet. So at this point, we put partially implemented, but it's expected to be fully implemented by the end of the school year. Then the last part that I'll talk about today, and this was also new last year based on the LCAP. So there's new, what they call equity multiplier money that was made available for schools. 2 things have to happen. Has to be a school with a non-stability rate of 25%, and then they also have to have students of 70% or more socioeconomically disadvantaged. So non-stability rate means is the percentage of students who stayed enrolled in over a school year. What's interesting about this money is almost everyone statewide, the schools that are getting this money is your alternative schools. And in part, it kind of makes sense because, I mean, the idea of some of our, say Myler as an example, the goal for many of those students is to go there, make up what they need to make up, and then get back to their school. So, yeah, there's more than 24% of their students that aren't enrolled for the whole year. I mean, that's part of the process. So it'll be interesting on how they tweak this money. because it's honestly going, I would get that if you had like an elementary school that had 25% of your students moving. That's problematic. But at our alternative schools, that's oftentimes the goal. Even like Zupanik Virtual Academy, that's our other school that gets it. Same things. Many times students will go there for a short period of time because of some kind of situation, but then they go back to another school. So the nice thing about these funds compared to, say, the regular LCAP funds is it's all site-based, so the schools make the decisions, obviously with guidance and so forth. And then the other nice thing is there's no real guarantee on how long this money is going to be available. It already looks like for next year, they're cutting it. And so what we were kind of recommended was trying to not spend it all in 1 year because, like I said, it's just not clear as to how long, and you're able to carry it over. So that's a nice thing about it. But you'll see it's a new part of the LCAP. You have to have a whole goal for those equity multipliers. So for us, it's Myler. Their goal is, and the metric they needed to work on according to the state was increasing their college career indicator. And so they had a very slight increase there. They had a big increase in their graduation rate. We see 3 of their 4 actions that will be fully implemented this year. And then 1 we put partially, but will probably, it'll probably remain partially implemented because it looks like we're going to put either a long-term sub or something like, we don't necessarily have resident subs this year, but we're able to, they don't allow you to use the funding for like permanent staff, but you can, you are able to use it for something like a resident sub that can then help with small groups and things like that. And then Zupanik Virtual Academy, this is another interesting one. There was a big shift at Zupanik just by the sheer numbers of students. And so there's a big decrease in our number of students, not because it wasn't working well or anything like that. There just was. I mean, you guys know a lot of people made decisions to go to virtual schools during COVID, and now as we've gotten more and more years away, the most districts' virtual academies are dwindling to a very small amount. So that's definitely a challenge that we have, is figuring out how to best support those students that are, for most of the times, at home, but they do a good job of trying to get the students that are willing to come onto campus for some different activities and so forth. And so we are looking like, this is one we really, this year, with their school, their leadership team, their families, we're going to do a lot of reworking of this goal to make sure that we're supporting their students as they need to. That's really the end of like the official report. I do want to just hit on a couple of the calendar of events. This is like my plug. So we had our first community meeting. We tried a little bit different this year because we got feedback that, hey, why don't you take it out to the high schools? That way, like, people from all over the district, maybe they feel more comfortable going to their local school and so forth. So that's what we've done this year. So we had one at Carter High. March 3rd, we have another one at Eisenhower. Like I said, please come out. What's nice for the people to go to multiple meetings, you really see the process take place. So like last year, the families that came to multiple meetings, they saw what we talked about like at our first meeting, and then by the time we got to the last meeting, they could literally point to things that were in the LCAP. So those are our next 2 big meetings, and then we also have a series where we hit all of our parent groups, whether it's myself or other team members, to try and get just as much feedback as we possibly can. March 1st, or maybe like March 3rd, right in that range, we push out our LCAP survey. What we're doing this year is kind of combining it with our Title I survey, so that we're not asking our parents to answer like 5, 6, 7 surveys that we're required to do. So we're trying to combine a few of them into one survey and really push to get really good participation. And then the rest of them, like, those are just the dates of when we present it to you guys again and so forth. All right.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions?
No,
Comments?
thank you, Dr. Hodge, for including our community, and I was a part of one of your community meetings, and I appreciate you listening to the voices of our parents and listening to their needs, to our teachers. Everybody is welcome to those meetings to speak up, and that's what we need in our district, is to hear parents and teachers, so that way we can give our scholars what they need. They are the experts. Our parents are our experts as well, and we are a village, and we are here to, serve our scholars. So thank you.
I appreciate you saying that, and yeah, that was my charge. Like, the first charge was to improve and get more people involved, and so we definitely saw growth last year. We're hoping to do the same this year and get more and more people out.
Vice President Martinez?
Thank you, President Lewis. One thing you could do is add it to Zoom, the community meetings, if you want more participation. People get home from work tired. If they have a computer and they're adept at it, they're going to attend that way, if at all.
I appreciate that. In fact, we're actually looking at a product that will help us do that, because we actually talked about trying to get it done for the first one, but I agree with you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And
Thank you, guys.
you have, okay.
I just wanted to, yeah, thank you, Board President. I just wanted to ask, how, you said CCI is new. How do you guys measure, what are the measures? Can you elaborate on?
So I'll kind of give you a little brief description, and then I'll send it to Dr. D'Souza so you can send it to you. But basically, there's different things that you can do to reach to where they consider you meeting CCI. So as an example, like students that take college course, our early college program. Students that do that in combination with having a good CAS score. So there's just like a series of ways that you can become that. So on one hand, it's nice because it forces a bunch of us to get together and make sure all of our areas are improving, rather than like, hey, this is on what's going on in the classroom to improve those math scores. You know what I mean? So it's a whole bunch of options.
So 6 different ways, Mr. Montes, that they can do it by the time they're seniors. So there's a formula, 6 different ways.
Okay.
But I'll send Dr. D'Souza an email, and he can push it out to you guys.
Okay. Vice President?
Thank you.
Okay, and then Williams, you have another?
One of the things that I liked a lot was that you could offer career cruising to elementary school. By age 12, they will have some kind of concept of what they're interested in. Then when they get into middle school, they'll actually, say, well, I'm ready to look into this.
Yeah.
And of course, they can change anytime they want.
Yeah,
But
no,
they-
absolutely.
They need a goal.
Yep.
Board Member Williams?
This wasn't what I was originally going to say, but to build upon what Board Member Martinez said, to capture elementary school students' career interests at such a young age, it's like you're grabbing their natural interests, like what they were born to do. And if we can do that, that would be so powerful. One of the things I wanted to ask, so when we usually do the LCAT meetings, at least the ones that I've attended, we're in the room. You give a presentation that starts off, this is the LCAT. Your voice can be heard, and from that standpoint, I think we're generally we're pulling in whatever the parents have to communicate with what they would want to see in the LCAP. Have we been vulnerable in saying, hey, we have these goals, but we haven't quite figured out how we want to implement them? Have we been asking the questions from that standpoint to the parents?
I think it probably kind of depends on the meeting. What usually happens, like last time it was kind of an anomaly because of the day that the meeting was on. We had a very small number of people, but usually what happens at those meetings, like when you see like the next one that we have at Eisenhower, we do a lot where we'll put the parents in groups, and we'll have like some of the members of like our ed services team that do have probably more of those kind of like intimate conversations. But it's something certainly I can add and make sure that we're doing that, because I mean, what I will definitely say, I always try, no matter what, to be transparent with whatever it is. even when things aren't going well. And to be honest, a lot of times what can happen at LCAP meetings, at least in part, is, sometimes there's other issues that aren't necessarily even related to the LCAP that they want to talk about, and that's okay. We listen to them. We, try to find support. But yeah, I can see like the way of that line of questioning, and I think we could probably do a better job of it.
Yeah, like, hey, we wanna increase our career readiness or exploration for elementary school students. Can we get some ideas
Oh,
on
yeah,
how
yeah,
you
we
would want to
definitely
see
do
that
Yeah,
implemented with your child?
absolutely. Those kind of conversations happen. Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to talk about the big budget.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So I do want to point out, and I would be remiss if Paulina Villalobos helped for both the presentations to gather the data together.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Paulina.
Now we know who the credit goes to.
Good evening, Board. Dr. D'Souza, viewing audience. My name is Diane Romo. I am the lead business services agent for the district. So tonight, my goal is to bring clarity to a topic that has been discussed at prior meetings. Going forward on a monthly basis, we will be providing a business services update. Today's topic being our fund balance. We're going to talk about how changes in our operations, changes at the state level, cause fluctuations in our fund balance projections. So the district's fund balance simply translates into the district savings account. It's a simple formula. To arrive at our fund balance, we take our beginning balance, we add what revenue we earn, and we subtract out what actual expenses we incur to arrive at an ending projected fund balance. Our fund balance has different categories. These categories define how those funds can be used. That first bucket being our non-spendables. Those are our prepaid expenses such as licenses or our inventory that sits in our warehouse. We next have our restricted fund balance. This is funds that are bound by the awarding agency's restrictions. Our committed fund balance is an internal commitment to a cause. For example, in our district, we pay for at least every student to apply to college. If the district wanted to protect these funds so that we could continue this action, you would take a commitment resolution to make sure that funds were set aside for this purpose. Next, you have your reserve for economic uncertainty. This is a required reserve from the state, and it's set at 3% of the district's fund balance. In the current year, our projected minimum reserve is $17.9 million, which in theory is supposed to be the minimum that we need to continue our operations. For salaries and all, utility supplies is approximately $40 million per month. So even if we kept the minimum, it still wouldn't be enough to cover our expenses. Next, we have our assigned fund balance. The assigned fund balance is an internal earmarking, anticipating things that we may need to do in the future with our savings. For example, textbook replacements, technology. Maybe there's a known change in the state that's going to require us to make a shift in our operations. For example, we're going to face a smaller class size for our TK classrooms, things of that nature. And then finally, we have our unassigned fund balance. This has no earmarking or attachments assigned to it. Why is it important that we maintain a fund balance? It's important because we need to provide continuity to our programs. A healthy fund balance ensures financial stability. It gives us the ability to mitigate fluctuations in revenue. It allows for us to plan for unexpected expenses. And it also, when we go out to sell our bonds, we have to have a good credit rating, and so they look at our solvency. So what do we do to update that formula that I showed 2 slides ago? The district follows a financial reporting cycle. The district prepares their budget projections for the upcoming year with information that is released by the governor in May. However, the board is presented with a budget in early June, which must be completed by the end of May. But the governor continues to work on their projections till mid-June, not affording the district an opportunity to update. Once we close out our year, right, that happens. So if we go to the chart, we adopt by July 1st, right? Our first interim report covers the period of September through October. That is our first opportunity to reflect those changes put out either by the state or any changes that we may have in our internal operations. And our projected fund balance gets updated. It will once again get updated at second interim, which is our second report that takes us through March 15th. And then our estimated actuals, which is our projection of where the district will end with revenue and expenses in May. And then our unaudited actuals, which is what we actually earn and expend, which is prepared in the summer for the prior fiscal year. So one of the things that the district has done for, many years is that we've taken a very conservative approach to our budgeting. We approach it with a balanced budget philosophy, where your revenues equal your expenditures. However, post-COVID, we've had more and more one-time funds that have been made available to the school district that are available to use for multiple years. We are now facing an opportunity to change our practice so that if we do have an expected fund use in a future year, we allow those funds to sit in our fund balance instead of approaching it from a balanced budget perspective. What this will do is that it will provide clarity on how funds will be used and when. So in the next slide, what you have is a comparison of what we adopted for the 2023-24 school year and what was actually received. So for understanding, I'd like to go over a couple of terms. The adopted budget, again, is our projected budget based on the data that's available. It is not a prediction. It is a projection based on the best available information. Our unaudited actuals is the actual activity that took place during the year. This information is validated by our independent audit, which gets presented to the board in January. The two other terms that are important to know on this table is unrestricted and restricted. Unrestricted refers to funds that do not have any conditions of funding. That is the items on the left. On the right side, you see our restricted financials, which reflects all of the financial activity where the funding source has conditions of funding. So if we go into the details, in unrestricted revenue, we ended up with $4.3 million higher than anticipated at budget adoption. If we look at the specifics, we had $5.8 million more in interest revenue. Why was this so? Because we have received so much one-time funds that have actually been paid out at the beginning of the program instead of being reimbursed, the district held higher cash reserves. And so we did generate higher interest rates or interest revenue than we anticipated. The second largest change that we didn't anticipate was our capital gains in our county investment pool. Our funds for the school district are kept with county treasury. Those funds, together with all of the other funds of San Bernardino County, are invested together. And so the market did well last year, and we had a $2.8 million capital gains. We had to book this accounting entry. However, it's important to understand that because of the way that county pool works, these gains will not be materialized, and we will not see this revenue source come into our district. The way that the district sees dividends off of their investments, it's through the interest earnings. And so again, this is just an accounting entry. Those increases were offset by the increase in the contribution from the unrestricted general fund to the special education program. And so the net effect of those is the 4.3 million. So if we go on to look at the revenue on the restricted side, again, this is funding that comes primarily from federal and state agencies. And so if we look at the details, there's a couple of things that can happen. Sometimes the funding notices are not made available to us in May. For example, Prop 28 funding in the amount of 4.3 million, we received notice in late February. That adjustment was made later in the year. The funding notice for the preschool special ed intervention funds were released in October. Again, that adjustment was made after adopted budget. Or sometimes things happen where the level of funding changes throughout the year. For example, the lottery funds were $2 million higher than we expected at budget adoption. This might have been due to increased participation from residents of California. Or, for example, the district has received transportation funding that's going to go to fund our electrical vehicle charging project that got deposited into our unrestricted funds, but we had to correct into restricted. Again, these increases now this is the opposite side. The decrease in revenue for the increase in special education contribution, of course, was an increase on the restricted side because special education is a restricted program. The district also received unexpected revenues, such as $1 million more in redevelopment agency tax revenues. This is a revenue that gets attached to your residential taxes. And so depending on the delinquency rate, the calculation behind it, the district received $1 million more, but it can only go back to facilities projects. Items that were our staff does have more of an influence. For example, we received $1 million more in E-rate funds. This can be attributed to the work put in behind the IT department to make sure that we claim those E-rate funds. Another area where our staff did an outstanding job was in the LEA medical billing program. We were able to bring in $2 million, and this was due to the efforts put forward by Dr. Scott, Dr. Sylvia Reed, and our health services department. In addition to that, like I said, post-COVID, we had many categorical programs, one-time funds. And so in the closing out of programs, there was some programs that we expected to spend in 23-24, but when we looked at the priority and the expiration dates, we found that we could move the use of that funding into a future year. So if we move on to the second part of the equation for fund balance, which is your expenditures, unrestricted expenses were $24.6 million less than anticipated at budget adoption. So some of the items in this chart highlight the fact that it's a matter of timing, right? So for example, we had ongoing negotiations for our class and comp study with our CSEA union. It wasn't that those funds weren't going to be used, it's that they were used in the next year when negotiations were settled. Or we had a large network project that was not completed by June 30th, but was completed in the fall. And so it was more of a matter of reducing the expenses there and reallocating them into the correct school year. In other instances, we had budgeted expenditures to create these balanced budgets, knowing that their use would be at a future date. For example, the district received a TK planning grant that will be used to create TK classrooms. However, we are still working with the architects to design those classrooms. In addition, if you look at the last bullet point on this slide, it speaks to the efforts put forward by the fiscal services staff to maximize our use of funding. As the district looks at closing the books at the end of the year, we want to make sure that every dollar is used and not returned to the state. Many of the one-time COVID and categorical programs were nearing their expiration, so what the staff did was to look at all eligible expenditures that could be moved into these programs so that we wouldn't send any money back. By shifting expenditures into restricted programs, we were able to free up funding on the unrestricted side, allowing for better use of those funds in an upcoming year. If we look at the restricted side of our expenditures, we spent $31 million less than we anticipated. Why is that so? Again, in looking at how to maximize our funding use, we had to spend the 22-23 ELOP funding. Our priority was to spend that because the expiration date was June 30th, 2024. Therefore, the $27 million received for 23-24 ELOP program has been planned for use in 24-25. Another big chunk of the $30 million that fell out was $5 million for kitchen infrastructure. Again, these are projects for the elementary kitchens that are under design with the architects. It's not that the district will not use these fundings. They're going to be used at a future date. So when we analyze each of these budgets, if we have any funds that were not used, what happens is those budgets get carried over into the next year where they will be used. One thing to understand and remember is that restricted funds can only be used for their approved purpose. They can't be used for base salaries, utility supplies, or any other operational expenses. So although it may seem appealing to see that we had $30 million fall out, in reality, they have to be used in the program that they're intended, and they will be used to support the program in the future year. So in this district, my primary responsibility is to ensure that we have financial stability. I personally want to make sure that our students have the best learning experience while they're here. Their time with us is very short, and I am committed to making sure that those students have an opportunity for a better life like I did. And so how do we achieve that? We achieve that by having healthy fund balances in the current year and future years, without compromising the resources that are available to our students, to our staff, or even to our community. So what does that look like? That means that we can continue to offer competitive wages, that we hire and retain qualified staff. It means that my students have access to experiences such as field trips, assemblies, no-cost extracurricular activities, and other supports. It means that our facilities have updated equipment, furniture, buildings, and everything that's going to make those students happy to be at school. So in closing, I want to thank you for the opportunity to bring some clarity around this subject, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you so much. Okay, so which questions?
I don't have any questions, but thank you so much for doing that. I think that was extremely helpful for us in the community to hear, to get some clarification around some of those items.
Further question?
I agree with her comments.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I just also want to thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank all the presenters, and then also whoever helped you with this presentation, and Acting Superintendent mentioned Paulina Villalobos helped some of the other
The first
presentations.
two, the data.
And we thank everyone who assisted, the presenters, and all the presenters did great.
Thank you.
Any further comment? Well, thank you
Everything's
so
sensitive.
much. It's, we started of back to our mission, academics, financial solvency, and, where we see our goals in our LCAP. And next, we will have public comments not on the agenda.
Madam President, may I suggest that we move C4 to the top of comments?
Would you like to hear
That's
the
student board
comment?
member comments.
Yeah, sometimes he likes to. Would you like to? Okay. Okay. You have the floor.
So the time I had between this board meeting and the last board meeting was like 2 weeks, so I didn't really get to do as much stuff. But I did have a San Francisco trip for band, and that was a Lunar New Year parade. And it was a 4-day trip. I got to go out to San Francisco for those 4 years for the Eisenhower band. And then we got to just like stay in a hotel, get to experience San Francisco. And then it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And the Saturday, we performed on live TV, and everyone around the world could see us, and it was streamed in Hulu too. So me and many students in the Eisenhower band got to make new memories and even begin to experience what it's like being by themselves. It was a 4-day field trip, and we all had our own hotel rooms, so it was just great getting to allow younger students like freshmen and sophomores that opportunity of learning to be responsible when their parents aren't around. So just like they will have to do in college one day. So getting to perform for the world live helped build our skills and even jump over the hurdle of social anxiety a lot of high schoolers face. It was a celebration of all the arts and musical talent that is seen all over the country, and I'm glad our district was able to be a part of that. This for me was my last trip to San Francisco, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity my school was given to be able to share just how amazing our district is. And I also got to go to a staff WASC meeting, and my principal was able to invite me to that. And I got to collaborate with teachers of all different subjects as they worked to share their ideas to better understand how to more properly support students and their academic journey. I was able to join their discussions, and it was really eye-opening getting to see teachers working together just like students, to be able to share common ground. They brought in a bunch of new ideas, and even I as a student learned more about how teachers see their students. With everything, it was useful for teachers to be able to be reminded of the main goals that they should be focused on, and in the end, the student prospers from these discussions. And for a more vague thing from our district, high schoolers, Rialto and Eisenhower, had their academic decathlon. And Eisenhower placed an astounding 9th place, and our very own Rialto High School placed 4th. And the theme was climate change, and I was able to ask, because some of the ASB presidents and DSAC students were a part of the academic decathlon, and I was able to ask them what their experience was and why they love that class. So they believe it's a well-rounded class, a bunch of different things that help you learn more about our world. It builds creativity and inspires people to see the world in a different lens. There are a diverse amount of subjects. So if you don't know, academic decathlon is just, there's a theme, and the theme was climate change, and you just go through all the different subjects like science, math, music, and then you just get to just experiment with all of it, and then you're graded at the end of it, and then you're able to just show your skills of it. And then I asked them, what would you do if academic decathlon was taken away? And if they were to take it away, which they won't, but it would, it's a thing that will take freshmen. It will take a lot out of freshmen. They won't have the experience of being connected with older high schoolers and learn from them, because freshmen could join, and it's between freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. So they all get to experience all those different age groups and then work together. And then I would like to thank my principals, my school principal, Ms. Henriquez Polito, and Dr. Bruciaga for supporting me and giving me so many opportunities to be able to represent the student voice as best as I can, to be able to be a part of important events, to congratulate students and support them, to be given opportunities to be able to have discussions with them. And I would never be able to do anything if it weren't for you guys. So thank you with all my heart for the help. I will continue working hard to do my best job and make this district proud. And lastly, I want to be able to use this opportunity I was given to be able to support all of you and do the very best job I am capable of. I am so grateful to be given so many opportunities to be able to speak your voices, and without all the support I have been given, I would never be able to excel in this position. So thank you all, and students, please continue working hard and having courage to do the best you can in everything you do.
Wow.
And you're able to go whenever you choose to.
Okay. So next, we're going to move on to public comments not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any items not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
So first we have Mr. Frank Montez.
Good evening, Madam President, Vice President Martinez, Dr. Lewis, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Frank Montes. I'm a small business advocate, and I would like to talk about your vendor process, your procurement process. Hopefully that we can come together and understand the process and the lack of process and the lack of transparency and understanding the bidding process. Had an instance a year ago where I met with Derek Harris, and the process was non-existent, at least at that meeting. I've been in the procurement industry for many, many years. In fact, we help districts in other cities and companies do the procurement programs. And hopefully, I don't know who we need to get together with, but I'd like to understand that process a little bit more because it is difficult and challenging. I don't understand how the vetting process goes through or any of that. But I think if we could do it a level playing field and understanding of what it is, so our small businesses can better understand and be part of the process, because it is non-existent when I approached and asked questions. So if we can do something like that, I don't know where or how, but I would love to sit with any of you and get to understand it a little bit more and give input on the changing landscape of our small business community. A lot of our small businesses are closing. They will not be coming back. The attendance rate is going to go down. Funding is going to go down. So understanding how we can work together to make sure that our small businesses are successful and they are there to hire the students during the summer or for careers. Because our small businesses do get our students and our employees ready for those careers. In my business, we've had probably 20 of our employees start their own small businesses, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, I lose them. Sometimes some of them get in the same industry, but that's okay. You know, that's just the nature of the beast. That's small business. But we need to continue working together, make sure that the community understands that there's complete transparency in this process, because it is your dollars. It is your dollars. And I wanted, and on another note, this weekend I attended the Black History Month event at Rialto High School. Beautiful event. I truly appreciate where they added the Spanish-speaking students. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. It's been challenging these last couple of months, but just watching that and seeing the community come together and being one, was beautiful. It was good for the heart and the soul. So whoever put that program on, amazing. Keep doing it. But yes, gracias. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next we have Steve Figueroa.
I first want to thank the three board members. You're always so professional when it comes to public speaking and not interrupting. As you know, I filed a complaint because last time I was interrupted and I felt threatened when I was called out. And I hope that complaint moves forward because I intend to move it forward in other jurisdictions if I have to. That's to protect the right of free speech, whether you like it or not. As in Baca versus Moreno Valley, we have that right to come and speak and say good things or concern things or express, of things. But I'd also like to tell you on that reading program that you have, I'm very familiar with both of them. I go to actually serve on advisory boards for some SALPAs. But iReady is not always everything for children with special needs. There are other types of reading programs that are Orton Gillingham based. So you really got to balance it. And when it comes to children with disabilities, you have to have the ability to sometimes be creative and blend programs, or sometimes you have to look outside the system to find those type of reading programs that for students with orthographic phonological disorders, or that we call dyslexia, dysgraphia, or dyscalculia, right? In reading, writing, and math. So I'm very familiar with those, and if your department wants to meet, I work with a lot of different school districts quite harmoniously in developing those. And finally, I have to speak out, and I think everybody needs to speak out on what happened at Frisbee again. You got problems there. And you know, we hear that people come before here and behind the scenes, you're going, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Oh, we're handling, oh, we got our people. But having an arcade that appears to be like pornographic in nature, accessible to the kids, and, you know, is ridiculous. You say you have no money, then what are you doing buying that? That's ridiculous. Whoever approved that, they gotta go. We don't want them around the kids. Whoever's their boss and approved it, they gotta go. We don't want them around the kids, because guess what? We're gonna file with credentialing because they shouldn't be around kids. It's that simple. We owe it to our kids to always be the best who we can be at all times. And the parents are going, well, of course they want the phones covered in a bag so they don't take pictures of what's going on. So, you know, we've got to address these issues, not be shy about it. Everybody knows it about in the public, so let's speak about it openly. Transparency is the key. Some people are offended by transparency. Some people are angered and say you don't know and or whatever, because they don't want you to know that they may have promoted this or supported the people who were there. You know, that's ridiculous. You can't have board members championing a person doing that. It's that. Thank you.
Next, we have Claudia Cuevas.
Hola, muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Claudia Cuevas.
Good evening, my name is Claudia Cuevas.
Hoy esta noche vengo a hablar también yo un poquito sobre la frisbee.
I'm here also to talk about Frisbee.
Si recuerdan el último meeting pasado, yo les comenté que yo trabajé por 5 años en la escuela.
If you remember, at the last meeting, I commented that I worked for 5 years at that school.
Y escuchar por los padres que me llamaron a mí,
And to have to listen from the parents who ended up calling me.
que estaba pasando en la escuela, fue algo grave, fue algo que me asustó.
And to learn what was going on at that school was something serious. It was something that scared me.
Porque pienso que las personas que ustedes contratan
Because I believe that the people that you hire
tienen que saber que están al cuidado de muchos niños, más de 1,400 niños en la Frisbee Middle School.
have to know that they are taking care of many children, more than 1,400 children that attend Frisbee Middle School.
Y es triste escuchar
And it is sad to hear
que tenía la máquina más de 1 año en esa escuela.
that machine had been at that school for well over a year.
Y las personas adultas que sabían no hicieran nada.
And the adults who knew of this did nothing.
Ahorita los comentarios de los padres que yo he escuchado,
And the comments that I've heard from other parents,
porque hoy tuvieron un meeting
because there was a meeting
y
today,
los padres fueron a preguntar qué pasaba con el director.
and the parents went to ask what was going on with the principal.
Los mismos personas que atendieron el meeting dijeron que no sabían qué estaba ocurriendo en la escuela.
The same people that were attending this meeting said not to know what was going on at the school.
Pero como padres necesitamos respuestas
As parents, we need answers.
y no nos las están dando.
And we're not being provided with those answers.
Y es triste ver que piensan que venimos a atacarlos
And it is sad to know that you think that we're just here to
o nos
attack you,
vean con cara de que ahí vienen otra vez estos,
or that you see us coming and you're like, oh no, here they come again.
cuando se supone que es su responsabilidad ir a cada de las escuelas y vigilar que esté todo funcionando bien.
When it is actually is supposed to be your responsibility to visit all the schools and to make sure that everything is working well.
Lastimosamente, los 5 años que yo trabajé ahí,
Sadly, the 5 years that I worked there,
al único que miré fue al señor Ávila
the only one that I ever saw there was Mr. Avila,
y porque yo lo llamé.
and because I called him.
Y no es porque lo defienda, pero él atendió mi llamado que yo tuve un problema con mi hijo.
I'm not defending him. He, however, did attend or answer my call when I called on him.
Y se me hace injusto que ahora que a él rápidamente lo acusaron de cosas indebidas.
And I find it unjust that he was very quickly accused of things that are inappropriate.
Lo suspendieron,
He was suspended.
pero al maestro que también tenía felonías y tenía orden de restricciones seguía trabajando en la escuela.
But the teacher who had felonies and who had restriction orders continue to go to these schools.
Yo pienso que ya es justo que tomen acción ustedes
I think that it's only fair that you start taking some action
y tomen un poquito más de responsabilidad
and take more of your responsibilities
de ir a las escuelas y mirar con sus ojos qué está ocurriendo en cada una de nuestras escuelas.
to go to these schools personally and see what is going on at these schools.
Y siempre en los meetings de DILAC y del distrito en César Chávez,
And at every meeting at DLAC and district meetings at Cesar Chavez,
yo siempre he puesto en punto que donde tenemos que enfocarnos más es en las middle school,
I've always brought up the point that we should be focusing more on the middle schools
porque es donde nuestros niños cambian sus hormonas,
because this is at the age where children's hormones are
es
changing.
cuando los niños encuentran el sexo,
This is when children learn about sex,
encuentran las drogas y el alcohol.
they learn about drugs and alcohol.
Es cuando son niños pero se sienten grandes.
This is when they are still children but they think they're adults.
Entonces yo pienso que es donde más nos deberíamos enfocar y es donde menos nos enfocamos. Los
So-
dejamos de lado.
So I think that this is where we should place more of our focus and we are not.
Ahorita que estaban enseñando los estándares de los exámenes de LPAC,
Right now when they were reciting the standards for
No
the
sé
LPAC
si-
exams,
no sé si alguno de ustedes notaron que eran los puntos más bajos tanto en matemáticas como en lectura, los de las middle school.
I'm not sure if you noticed that the middle schools have the lowest point or averages in literacy, English, and math.
Entonces yo pienso que por favor no nada más se tomen la foto cuando se gradúan o cuando hay eventos.
So I think that, please, don't just be there for the picture when they graduate or when they have events.
También tómense la foto con los jóvenes cuando estén teniendo algún problema y los necesiten, cuando se sientan solos, cuando lloren.
Be part of the picture when the young people need you, when they feel alone, when they need you, when they cry.
Porque a mí me tocó abrazar muchos niños y hacerlos que se sintieran bien, porque a veces no se sienten queridos.
Because at some point it was actually I who ended up giving somebody a hug and make them feel validated because sometimes they don't feel that way.
Entonces, por favor, sí les pido un poquito más de humanidad y de respeto para todos nuestros jóvenes y
So-
nuestros niños.
So please, I ask for a little bit more of humanity and respect to our middle schoolers.
Yo espero que ojalá ahora sí haya un cambio y sea ya.
And I hope that there is a change and that change happens now.
Ok, muchísimas gracias. Una mención.
Thank you so much. And I just want to mention something briefly.
Muchísimas gracias, señor José, por apoyarnos y siempre estar con ese amor y esa pasión de lo que decimos para podernos expresar con ustedes. Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Jose, for that always being here to help us and support us with such passion to say the things that we want to say. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next, we have Maria Garcia Rodriguez.
Is she here?
I'll go to the next.
Okay, we can come back if she
Okay,
comes in.
next we have Mary Baker. I'll come back to the next person when she comes. Mary Baker.
Hi, thank you for letting me talk tonight. Pretty much, I have two boys that go to Dunn Elementary School, and one's in the special needs classes, and you guys offer Step Up. But in reality, it doesn't work for my son who's in the special needs classes because he has a health aide, a one-on-one, and you guys don't provide that for the Step Up. Even though you offer Step Up, but there's no one there for him. So pretty much the school came up with giving him a packet for the days he's absent. He has epilepsy, and so for example, he had one on Friday after school. He didn't go to school Saturday and Sunday. We missed Monday, and we tried to go to school on Tuesday. They called me and they said he was woozy and whatnot, and so he missed Wednesday. And so when we came to the agreement of making a packet, but because he didn't miss 3 days in a row, they couldn't give him that packet. So he's missing out on education and whatnot, and there's no way of making it up. Just another side note, to get that health aid for preschool, he didn't start till February. Things are just so hard. December of TK, his one-on-one left, and it was a struggle of finishing out the school year. I had to go to the health services every day, crying, begging for a one-on-one, back to the school and back to them. It was like a ping pong situation going on to get him his health aid. He has one now, thankfully, but it's just hard. having one on the special needs and things that are supposed to be provided not being provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ana Gonzalez.
All right. Good evening, board, staff, and community. Ana Gonzalez, parent of Myler High School. Here to talk about student safety tonight. For 2 weeks now or more, since the outsiders have exposed teachers that have traumatized past and present students in our school district, there has been a domino effect happening in our community, and even more testimonies and courageous individuals looking for accountability from this district have come out. I was touched to hear and be approached by many Rialto High School students thanking Mr. Frank, Steve, and I, thanking us for creating a safer environment for them at Rialto High School. And that makes this good trouble worth it. Today, it looks like you all took action. I hope that you all are using that same energy on individuals that have caused trauma on our students and have ruined young lives forever. Most recently, we have the case at Frisbee Middle School, where multiple people reported pinball machines with soft porn being on campus with alleged and potential access to middle schoolers. Middle schoolers, a principal who who apparently does not have the cleanest record in our district either. And wow, the testimonies on Mr. Vara are sure coming out. I, for one, have witnessed how he publicly said he would violate state law and suspend kids left and right and perpetuate the school-to-prison pipeline. Just saying. And anyone that defends Mr. Barra is complicit of his egregious behavior to misuse public funds, like what we saw with the cell phone pouches. Allow soft porn machines on campus and inflict trauma on students and parents for years, like what we're about to hear soon. Not very kind if you ask me, or responsible. Also, parents reached out to me that they hate the cell phone pouches. I myself am conducting our own survey of parents and how they feel about the cell phone pouches on campus. They know that they were not even added on their SIPSA plan in their school site council meetings. Then we wonder why our kids are not performing. On a good note, I want to wish everyone a very happy Black History Month. So much to celebrate. Embracing DEI is the way to go in this district. And today I had an amazing conversation with district leadership regarding concerns of the way we are sending messages from the Curtis Winton Parent Institute. And I am happy to report that we are working to get that fixed, because out of respect and memory of Curtis Winton, he is Black history in this district, and his name should live loud and proud. In order for our Black and brown babies to thrive, they need to see themselves in everything they see in this district. Thank you.
Next, we have David Aguilar.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es David Aguilar.
My name is David Aguilar.
Hace 4 meses estuve aquí
4 months ago, I was here
pidiendo y dejándole saber
asking and letting you know
mis preocupaciones sobre la seguridad y educación
my concerns about the safety and education
de mis hijos.
of my children.
Yo, al igual que muchos padres,
I, like many other parents,
estamos en desacuerdo
are in disagreement
cómo han manejado la situación
on the way you've handled the situation
sobre la seguridad
regarding the safety
de la escuela Frisbee Middle School.
at Frisbee Middle School.
En varias ocasiones
On several occasions,
se les ha pedido que tengan equipo
you've been asked to have equipment
para detectar metales
that detect metal
o más oficiales de seguridad
or more safety officers
para nuestros hijos.
for our children.
¿Y qué ha pasado?
And what has happened?
Nada.
Nothing.
Vara compró un equipo de bolsas de plástico
Bada bought a plastic pouches
para quitarle los teléfonos a nuestros hijos.
to take away the phones from our children.
Nos dijeron que no había presupuesto
We were told that there was not enough budget
para protectores de metal,
for metal detectors.
pero ustedes
However,
le aprobaron el monto de $13,000.
you approved the amount of $13,000.
Aquí lo tengo en
I
mis
have
manos.
it right here in my hands.
A ustedes como bar members.
You as board members,
Cuando los detectores de metal
when metal detectors
están entre $50 a $150.
cost about $50 to $150.
¿Cómo es posible que ustedes hayan aprobado $13,000
How is it possible that you approved $13,000
para un capricho más de vara?
for another whim of Mr. Vara?
Lo que pasa es que están más preocupados
What's going on is that you're more concerned
por nuestros hijos que vayan a poner algo en redes sociales
that our children might upload something to social media,
o que haya algún problema y que los expongan.
or for there to be any kind of problem and that you'd be exposed.
Además,
Aside from that,
Alejandro Vara fue suspendido.
Alejandro Vara was suspended.
Ojo,
Pay attention.
esto es muy importante porque nuestros hijos
This is really important because of our children
están alrededor de una persona
are being exposed to a person
que no le interesa la seguridad de nuestros hijos.
who's not interested in their safety.
Le encontraron unas máquinas de juego
They found some pinball machines
con logos de Playboy.
with Playboy logos.
¿Qué tal si él tiene contenido sexual?
What if he has sexual content?
Eso es grave.
That's serious.
Algunos de ustedes ya lo sabía.
Some of you already knew it.
Una vez más,
Once again,
nuestros hijos son la prioridad de las escuelas.
our children are the priority of these schools.
Nosotros como padres
We as parents
no podemos dejar que estos corruptos,
cannot allow these corrupt people.
hago un paréntesis,
I'll pause.
me refiero a las personas que saben lo negativo que están en las escuelas.
To clarify that I'm only referring to those people who are actually aware of the negative things that are going on at the schools.
Personas que están cubriéndose sus malos manejos de dinero o todo este tipo de corrupción sexual.
People who are actually covering themselves because of their ill management of money or the knowledge of these sexual situations.
Yo respeto a las personas presentes aquí del member bar.
I respect people here who are present here and the board members.
Respeto a los que sí hacen su trabajo,
I respect those who do their job,
pero estoy en contra de la corrupción.
but I'm against corruption.
No más injusticias.
No more injustices.
Al rato va a regresar Vara como si nada.
Is Vara might come back later on as if nothing had happened.
¿Eso es lo que esperamos de esta barra?
Is that what we should expect from this board?
Solo quiero dejarles esta pregunta.
So I just want to leave you with this question.
¿Qué va a pasar con él? ¿O qué es lo que ustedes van a hacer para proteger a nuestros hijos?
What's going to happen with him, or what is it that you're going to do to protect our children?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sandra Aguilar.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandra Aguilar.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Aguilar.
Saben, esta noche qué tristeza es escuchar
You know, tonight it is really sad to hear
que hablan de cómo mejorar académicamente
that you're talking about academic improvements.
y no de la seguridad de nuestros hijos,
You know, de la qué, perdón?
de la seguridad.
And
de
you're
nuestros
not talking about the safety of our children.
hijos. Como ustedes ya saben,
As you already know,
en octubre 11 del año 2024,
on October the 11th of 2024,
Mi hijo fue apuñalado en su escuela, Freebies Middle School.
My son was stabbed at his school at Frisbee Middle School.
En un lugar donde tendría que recibir educación
At a place where he was supposed to receive an education,
y recibió una puñalada
and what he got was a stab,
y ustedes no hicieron nada al respecto
and you did nothing
para evitarlo.
to prevent that.
Porque como les mencioné,
Because as I mentioned,
la vez pasada
continue.
que le pasó esto a mi hijo,
The last time that this happened to my son
pudo haber sido evitado.
could have been avoided.
Cuando yo misma lo reporté
When I myself reported this,
a un niño con un cuchillo
I reported that there was a child with a knife
el año anterior.
the year before that.
Y en octubre 16 vine
On October the 16th, I came here
a este mismo cuarto
to this same room
a pedirles ayuda,
to ask for your help,
sugiriéndoles
suggesting
los detectores de metales
that the metal detectors
o las varas para detectar metal.
or the bars that detect metal,
Pero lo único que me contestaron
the ones, excuse me, correction, the ones that detect metal. But the only ones that replied
que no había suficientes fondos.
that there were not enough funds.
¿En serio?
Are you serious?
Porque si tuvieron fondos para darle a Alejandro Vara
Because if you had enough funds to give to Alejandro Vara,
$13,000
$13,000
para comprar unas estúpidas bolsas
to buy stupid pouches
para que nuestros hijos pusieran sus teléfonos
for our children to put their phones in there,
y no para proteger su seguridad.
and not to protect their safety.
Qué tristeza.
How sad.
¿Cómo se llama eso?
What would you call that?
Yo les voy a decir cómo se llama.
I'll tell you how to call it.
Corrupción.
Corruption.
Porque lo único que les importa
Because the only thing that you are worried about
es taparse uno al otro.
is to cover up for each other.
Porque si ustedes sabían
Because if you knew
que Alejandro Vara tenía
that Alejandro Vara
tenía prohibido
continue,
estar cerca de niños especiales,
that Alejandro Vara was forbidden from being near special children
porque él lo hizo por lo que hizo en Morgan.
because of what he had done at Morgan.
Porque yo conozco a Vara desde hace más de 10 años.
Because I've known Vara for well over 10 years.
¿Por qué lo tienen en Frisbee
Why is he at Frisbee
o en cualquier otra escuela que quiera atender?
or at any other school for that matter?
Como ustedes también ya sabían
And because you also knew
que tenía estas máquinas
that he had these machines,
de pinball
pinball
con
machines
logos de pornografía.
with pornographic logos.
Por casi 2 años.
For almost 2 years,
Y no hayan ustedes hecho nada.
and you didn't do anything about it.
Qué vergüenza.
What a shame.
Pero como madre afectada
But as an impacted mother
de un niño que pudo haber sido muerto,
of a child who could have died,
lo que me tiene indignada
what makes me feel very indignant
es lo que lo hayan suspendido
is that you suspended him
el viernes 14 de febrero de este año
on Friday the 14th of this current year
por las máquinas de pinball
for the pinball machine issue,
y no por el incidente que tuvo mi hijo y pudo haber muerto.
and not the incident that happened to my son in which he could have died.
Una vez más,
Once again,
le han fallado a mi hijo
you failed my son,
y a toda mi familia.
and you failed my entire family.
Como distrito,
As a district,
son una decepción
you are a disappointment
para nuestra comunidad latina
to our Latino community,
y una vergüenza
and you bring shame
porque probablemente la mayoría de ustedes
because most likely the majority of yourselves
son de descendencia mexicana
are probably Mexican descendants.
y que le hagan esto a su propia raza
And for you to do this to your own race,
Eso sí es una vergüenza.
That is definitely a shame.
Si eso nos hacen ustedes,
If you yourselves are doing that to
¿qué nos
us,
esperamos de los demás?
what can we expect from other people?
Los padres de Frisbee
The parents at Frisbee
queremos cambios ya.
want changes now.
Queremos seguridad para nuestros hijos.
We want safety for our children.
Y en cuanto las partes de las
Thank you.
escuelas.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Eva Lopez. Same. Okay, I'll go on to the next one. Janine Stubblefield.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Avila, esteemed guests. It is an honor to stand before you today to share the incredible success of the Black History Celebration hosted by the District African American Parent Advisory Council at Rialto High School. This event was more than just a gathering. It was a powerful, vibrant, and deeply meaningful celebration of Black history, culture, and excellence. From the moment you stepped into the venue, you could feel the energy and atmosphere of unity, pride, and inspiration that brought together students, parents, educators, and community members. We witnessed breathtaking performances that honored the rich legacy of African American pioneers, from spoken word to soul-stirring musical tribute. Our students stood proudly on the stage, showcasing their talents and deepening their understanding of Black history, not just as a subject in a textbook, but as a living, evolving force that continues to shape our world. One of the most impactful moments of the evening was hearing from our student speakers who shared their reflections on resilience, leadership, and the importance of representation. Their words were a testament to the power of education and community support in shaping young minds and fostering a sense of belonging. This celebration was also a reminder of the incredible work that DAPAC is doing in our district, uplifting families, creating spaces for dialogue, and ensuring that our students see themselves reflected in their education. It reinforced the importance of cultural events like this in promoting equity, engagement, and academic success. On behalf of everybody who attended, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the board members that attended for supporting initiatives like this, to dedicated educators and parents who made it possible, and most importantly, to our students who are the heart of the work. We look forward to continuing this momentum, ensuring that the celebrations like these are not just annual events, but integral to the fabric of our schools. I also want to extend a special thank you to Nalik Davis and Dr. John Richmond for hosting the BSU Roundtable, which opened up an important dialogue about the use of the N-word and how we can work together to eradicate it from our district. These conversations are critical in shaping a culture of respect and understanding among our students, and we deeply appreciate their leadership and commitment to making real change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicole Wilson.
Good evening, board members, Acting Superintendent D'Souza. I started in the Rialto Unified School District in 1999 at Rialto High School and transferred to Carter High School when it opened in 2004. During these past 26 years, I'm thankful for the opportunities that this district has afforded me to develop my craft and to grow as a professional. I've worked under 12 different principals, and I've learned something of value from each. Tonight, I want to call attention to one of the principals who was my direct supervisor, Dr. Patricia Chavez. Both her vision and leadership have exemplified qualities that are foundational to our district values. At the beginning of her tenure, Dr. Chavez challenged the English department to attend a series of workshops that would establish a common vocabulary and strategy for teaching students to write, and this agreement allowed for vertical articulation we had never been able to accomplish. The English department teachers then took the idea of a common writing language to our Innovate Ed team. This became the CER model for short constructed responses that Carter adopted site-wide across all disciplines more than 6 years ago. And as we know, now the whole district is in the process of shifting to the CER model that started at Carter under her watch. Dr. Chavez was an early adopter of the Innovate Ed process, which uses the strengths and experience of classroom teachers to lead from the middle as they identify student needs and best practices. This continues to be an incredible tool to grow the teaching staff's self-reflection and agency as change makers. The multicultural literature classes that all 3 high schools currently offer started with curriculum developed by Carter High School English teachers because of Dr. Chavez's support for this burgeoning field of study that we see increasing in relevance, as evidenced by the fact that the state, as well as many colleges, have made it a graduation requirement. Under Dr. Chavez's leadership, all AP teachers, whether they were new or had been teaching the class for many years, were given the opportunity to attend professional development to ensure their knowledge of the curriculum and assessments were up to date. The Alpha Scholars Program is an academic support system for students who not only want to go to college but have the goal of being accepted to the more highly selective universities. Other high schools in the district have tried to reproduce this program, which started at Carter because Dr. Chavez strongly supported and advocated for Mr. Thomas, the founding teacher's vision. These are a few examples illustrating one of Dr. Chavez's strengths. She is an innovator, but I would also like to shine a light on her style of leadership. Even though having a light shone on her is never what she pursued. At every opportunity, Dr. Chavez pointed out and celebrated the accomplishment of others. She also valued and sought the wisdom of others, and rather than create an echo chamber of yes men, I respect the fact that Dr. Chavez surrounded herself with a diversity of thinkers and opinions. I am confident that Carter is a better place because of the legacy Dr. Chavez has left. Thank you for the time to share just one of the good things that makes our USD who we are.
Thank you.
Next, we have Paula Bailey.
Oh, I think she stepped out.
Next. Oh, here she
I'm
is.
just
Okay.
kidding.
Good evening, Board President Lewis, board members, Dr. D'Souza, cabinet and viewing audience. I'd like to start out by mentioning the recent trip to San Francisco that you heard about from Eisenhower. I want to celebrate the fact that we were the only high school band in Southern California that was there. And people were just absolutely in awe of how well the students did. They also got to attend a symphony while we were there. And many, many people were applauding how well they were dressed and how well they were behaved. It was the 2025 Lunar New Year parade in San Francisco. Excited to share, which I'm sure you all know, that Eisenhower swept the awards for the science fair with teachers Ms. Velez, Mr. Hebdon, and Mr. Atkinson, with 20 awards coming from that school, from our wonderful Eisenhower. Now for the part that I brought up last week, 2 weeks ago, about taking into consideration when board members do speak at the end of the meeting, trying to find a decent time frame, and we are all here for the kids. So if, as a parent and somebody who wants to be proud of the district and what people are reading, if those can be positive comments about the kids. Anything else? That's not really the place, the time for anything else. Another thing is, I know you guys get the board agenda the Friday before. I know it's super hard to get all the answers you want, but if there's any way that those questions could be addressed potentially on the Monday, Tuesday before, when all the people are here to answer them, it just makes our district look better when we know what we're doing. You want to reiterate whatever you learned? That's amazing. I encourage that. And basically, that's all I want to stand up for. I want us to look good. I know there's been negative things, but let's turn that around and show the shining star that Rialto is. And, put away the rest of the stuff. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Janine Stubblefield, I don't think she can come twice, right? It's only once per
Yes.
slip? Okay.
Sorry,
Janine.
Yeah, unless you're speaking on the board agenda item.
Next one is Arlinda Wilson.
Good evening, board and everybody here, everybody watching. I want to first start by saying thank you really to the Rialto District. I know that there are negative things, and I don't want to discredit anybody. I feel like everybody's concerns are completely valid. But I sat here today and I seen so many people passionate about our kids and wanting to see them grow and enrich their lives with academics, and I think it's a beautiful thing. It kind of hurt my heart the last couple of meetings because I felt like that was getting a little bit lost in translation, but I seen it tonight, so I thank those who are still invested in our children. I personally have wonderful teachers in my children's lives, and I love Rialto District. I came from Eisenhower. To go on with now what's going on right now with a lot of the sexual misconduct and abuse and different things that are going on. I am a survivor specialist. I do work at Cal State San Bernardino. I worked within the community for a long time serving survivors and in Sacramento fighting for legislation for survivors. And I feel with these disclosures that are coming, it is the responsibility of the district to ensure that we are having the proper awareness and community resources available to those kids, or even staff or whoever's hearing these things, because triggers do come up, and I feel that they need those proper resources, and preferably somebody that's not affiliated with the district. There's a lot of community partners that offer free resources. They're covered under PC code 67904, which allocates them to being sexual assault advocates and gives them confidentiality, and they're really well versed in that world. So I do think that that would be a responsibility, is to take into account that those triggers do come up, and with that being disclosed, there needs to be a proper access to resources. I also want to encourage that not just the board, but all of us, parents, community members, all of that, hold ourselves accountable. I think right now so many fingers are pointing so many different directions, but I know as a parent I hold accountability, and so do everybody else. And so I think we need to take a step back and look at to ensure that we are able to move forward and not just holding these weights, because we're never going to move forward if we continue to hold weights on just things that happen. There is perpetration, and those perpetrators are master manipulators. So I can't expect that everybody's just going to be able to identify them like that, because it's extremely hard. And I just think that more than ever we need unity. And there's so much divide in this nation right now. Our children do not need to see it within their own district. This is the second place that they call home, and this divide is gonna break them. And if we love these kids the way we say we do, then we need to do better as a community, and in unity. So I just wanted to bring attention to that. I do wanna say that I think some things are becoming distractions. You know what that is and who you are, and if you are a distraction, please step aside. I have children here that are my legacy, and I am focused on them, as well as other educators. So if you are a barrier,
Thank you.
step aside.
Thank you so much.
Next we have Lisa Lane. Lisa Lane.
Good evening, board members and Dr. D'Souza and Dr. Lewis. I came here with a few things that I wanted to say. First off, I wanted to thank Rialto for the leadership they have brought to the special education department. I am finally seeing training that is usable in my classrooms, is usable with my colleagues, and we need, if this district wants to move forward in inclusion, we need to have educators that understand what inclusion is. They need to understand that the general educator and the special educator get to work together in concert, and that all of our students, whether they have an IEP, a 504 plan, or a criminal record, it doesn't matter, they're our students, and they deserve our passion, they deserve our protection, and they deserve our excellence. And it doesn't matter who you are or what you do outside of your job here with our kids. Serve them first. Every day I serve my students first. I am also a parent of 4 children. My oldest daughter is 17 and graduating this year. I have 3 15-year-olds. They all attend Benita High School. When I tried to get them to come to Rialto, they didn't want to come because they were scared of things that they heard me say happened here. I don't like that. When things got scary, around them or around my home, I begged them to come here. And they said, but Mom, we've heard what you've said happens in your classroom. I'm going to fight those kids because they want to protect me. So we need to protect our teachers, we need to protect our students, and we need to protect each other. This country is 51% divided. Everyone is looking everywhere else. I want you to look inside your heart. Why did you come to education? That's the question I want to ask you. And I am going to be speaking one more time tonight, and I'm going to tell you why I came to education. Thank you, board. Thank you, families.
Thank you.
And that's all we have for items not on the agenda, Dr. Lewis.
Okay, next we're going to move on to public comment on items on an agenda items.
Yeah, there are. So first we have is Claudia Cuevas. So let me go on to the next one. Anna Gonzalez.
I think Claudia left. But thank you again, Board of Education, Ana Gonzalez, Rialto parent. I am here to speak on the LCAP, and I feel like I sound like a broken record, but I guess I don't like the way the presentations are ran on the agenda because it doesn't give space for parents to provide input. And I know I was told that this presentation will be available at the next meeting where parents will be given that opportunity, but it just doesn't feel right when this item is put on this agenda and then maybe parents hear something tonight and then they'll probably forget about it at the next meeting. And so something has to change. And so presentation was not available to parents on this agenda. That needs to change. So we can provide collaboration process and not wait for future meetings. That's not how civic engagement is supposed to work, and we have brought this issue up before at previous meetings. The graduation rate reports are great, but I like to see the percentages of the students that are actually graduating, meeting the A through G requirements. Are they meeting state standards? Are they reading at grade level? Are they ready for career ready? Or if they're not going to university, so we need to see these numbers. Where are our kids heading? Even if they're graduating, are they ready for something in the future? I continue to ask for reports to be family-friendly, written, so then the community that has never seen a report like this understands what they're reading, so then they can talk to their families about it and then provide input to you, the board, and the stakeholders at the district level. There's just a lot. Oh my God, in 3 minutes. I'm trying to narrow down my comments, but because education starts at home, I think this LCAP report is so important for the parents to be involved in, and it's just a huge document that is so hard to comprehend with families, and I think we need to do a better job for families to understand it. This is why we advocated so hard at the CDE to have this mid-year report, so then we don't have to wait at the end of the year when it's too late to address the concerns that our students are facing. And I also like to know where the funds are going for all these lawsuits and settlements that our district's facing because of negligence. And anyway, I have so many questions. We continue to make this an exclusive cycle for our parents to be involved, and I think we need to do better. And I see that there's meetings coming up, but it's just the same thing over and over, and we need to do better.
Next, we have Lisa Lane.
I'm here to talk about the maintaining appropriate adult and student interactions. I want to thank you for this policy, but I also want to ask you about number 12 and number 13. Because
it's page 39.
Okay, page 39, but number 12 and number 13. You're giving examples of inappropriate conduct, and yet I've been taught that they don't care how much I know as a teacher until they know how much I care about them as a student. If I'm not encouraging students to confide their problems, how can I build rapport? If I'm always telling them, oh, hold on, that sounds like that's a really deep problem. Can I refer you to the counselor? I'm here because I had a teacher tell me, I don't believe there are enough kittens or rose bushes in the world to account for the scratches or marks I see on you. That was the last time I ever cut. Someone saw me. Someone recognized that I was looking for attention, that I needed help. That was an educator. Our students come to our educators, our safety officers, our special educators, because they trust us. The other thing is, a lot of times, if you have been victimized by either mental abuse, emotional abuse, you recognize things. And if you can't make it better, you at least agree not to make it worse. So I'm standing up here and I'm revealing a piece of me that under this, on number 13, I would not be able to disclose because it's personal, it's private about me to students. So again, if I'm trying to develop rapport and trust with my students, if I'm trying to reach out to them and let them know how much I care about them, 12 and 13, I'm asking you, what are you training me to do? And I am also standing here as someone who has gone through emotional intelligence training. I have gone through trauma certification as for an educator. I have been a Trevor counselor. We need to make sure that our students don't feel like they can't talk to us. Please don't make it like I can't talk to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all the items on the agenda.
A quick correction, that was E 1.2 and E 1.3.
Okay, next, we're going to have comments from the Associate Executive Board Member, Rialto Education Association, REA.
Good evening, board members, Acting Superintendent Dr. D'Souza, and Board President Dr. Lewis. Before I begin my formal remarks, I wanted to thank Diane Romo for her presentation tonight about the budget. When I get up here to speak, I'm really here to have a conversation with our board members, and I don't want anyone to misconstrue when I talk about the budget to think that I'm making any kind of remarks about our budget office. I think they do a fantastic job. Everyone here, I think, understands that our budgets are created based on the input from our school board and our superintendent, that it reflects the values and the agenda that you have created for our school district. And so when I question that, I'm asking you to consider different perspectives as you're creating your budgets and obviously when we go into negotiations with the union. There's a saying that goes, win or learn. I've taken to replacing the old win or lose because, let's face it, learning is inevitable. And especially when you're doing it the hard way for a decade, which is kind of how I've learned sometimes, make mistakes and then learn. I love reading, so I decided to take a deep dive into 10 years worth of district budgets. And let me tell you, it's a page turner, right? Year after year, the district projected deficits, and year after year, those deficits mysteriously vanished. Instead, we ended each year with a surplus. And great, that's a good thing, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's a good thing. But it's not just pocket change that we're talking about. We're talking about a grand total of $250 million in surplus over the past decade. And that's just simply adding up how much money we brought in and subtracting how much money we spent. $250 million surplus over the past decade. That's not an accounting error. That's a pattern. So the last 2 years are even more eye-opening. In the 2022-2023 school year, the district ended with nearly $80 million extra. Last year, just got the audited actuals for the 23-24 school year, another $37 million surplus. That's $117 million in 2 years. Money that was supposedly non-existent when we were at the bargaining table. And yet here we are again. So I look at the budget for the actual year we're in, the 2024-2025 budget, and it projects a $94 million deficit. By the way, you keep projecting deficits that never materialize. Forgive me if I don't believe it. The numbers just aren't reliable based on what we're seeing year after year after year. We've been told that there's financial hardship, yet year after year, we're team players. We're taking less because we're assured that things were tight, but reality keeps proving otherwise. So this year, we're calling it what it is, a story, not a financial crisis. So I've given each of you this document, and you can see what we've actually taken versus COLA each year. So going back to 2017, COLA was 1.56, we took 0. In 2018, it was 3.7, we took 1.7. I'm sorry, we took 2. In 2019, it was 3.26, we took 3. Year after year, 2020, 2.31, again, we took 0. In 2021, 2022, it was 5.07, we took 5. We almost got the full amount. 0.07 short. 2022, 2023, this was a big year. We settled early, we got the 6.56, but as you know, the state added another 6.7% to the LCF base adjustment, which meant the actual total that you received as a district was 13.26, so we left 6.7% on the table that year. The next year is the only year that we actually got above COLA. COLA was 8.22, we got 9%, a whopping 0.78%, less than 1% over COLA that year. Last year, this current school year, we settled at the end of last year, we took exactly COLA, 1.07. We did that because we keep hearing stories, oh, it's this, it's that, it's always something. But the reality is, year after year, we've settled for less, and you can do better. So since 2017, 2018, we've settled for less than COLA every single year except one. Let's not forget what COLA is. It isn't a bonus. It's the bare minimum to keep up with inflation. Meanwhile, the cost of living, especially housing, has skyrocketed. You all know this. Rialto homes have doubled in value in the last decade, but somehow we're supposed to believe that the district is just scraping by. This year, we're making it clear. We expect more than COLA. And when you guys sit down to figure out your budgets and to figure out what you want to do when we negotiate, I want you to understand what our expectations are. I want you to look deeply at your budgets and understand that every year you've got these massive surpluses and what that looks like to your employees who feel undervalued in this district. The math doesn't lie. The money's there, and it's time to invest in the people who make this district thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have California School Employee Association, CSEA.
Good evening, Board, Acting Superintendent D'Souza and the Cabinet and the viewing audience. I'm Christina Costa, your CSEA President, here with a friendly reminder. Was nice to hear some good news, and I'm glad it wasn't as bad as last board meeting, first off. But I want to remind everybody that as we all here at RUSD toe this line of uncertainty, uncharted territory, and drama, I ask that we all remember to reserve some of our energy and our brain cells for the students, because they are what we are all here for. We cannot continue to travel down this rocky road while letting them all fall off by the wayside. We must do what is best for them. They are our responsibility to protect, to teach, to encourage, and to uplift while each of us do our very best at our jobs. It is important to recognize that everything that is going on around us is just static, constantly trying to throw you off so that we don't present our best for the students. I know it's hard right now, but stay focused on the kids. It is there where you will find your why. Please don't lose that focus. Until the next time I meet you guys here on this podium, keep the faith. We're going to get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Communication Workers of America, CWA. Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA.
I think I saw her. I don't know she left, but I saw her.
Well, comments from the acting superintendent?
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. First, I want to thank our DSAC high school students for so much positive news from their campuses. I love being reminded of the various ways our students are excelling academically and socially, and keep it up, students. Also, I've been here 41 years now in the district, and I have never seen how a key to the district was given and so many people in this boardrooms. So congratulations, Mr. John Solomon, and thank you, Dr. Lewis, for nominating him. I realize we have so many giants in this community who have helped and reached out to families. I was driving to the SELPA meeting today, and I got the wonderful news that Myla High School has been named as a California Model Continuation High School for 2025. Just to give you some history, that in 2019, Myla High School became model high school under Principal Andreas Luna, and then in 2022, Dr. Griffin made it a model high school, and then again in 2025. And Myla has not just been a model continuation high school, it's also been a green ribbon gold winner and one of the first school continuation high schools in the district. So Myla joins six other schools in San Bernardino County to receive this recognition. And congratulations to Principal Dr. Griffin and amazing staff for getting this success. The announcement was made official today by State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, who highlighted the importance of continuation schools in providing comprehensive services for alternative education sites. And we are really proud of Myla High for achieving this achievement. But Myla wasn't the only one of our schools earning an honor today. I was a proud acting superintendent who got to attend the SELPA meeting where Jehu Middle School was honored with East Valley SELPA as being a silver ribbon school of inclusion. And so it's one of the first middle schools to be a school of inclusion at the silver level, and during the ceremony, making it the first school in SELPA to reach this milestone. So congratulations go to Dr. Scott for her leadership, and also she can only lead, but the principal leads the school, and congratulations to Carolyn Idy for her hard work. Just to let you know, for Jehu Middle School under Principal Carolyn Idy, not only has it now become a Silver Ribbon School of Inclusion, it also was an avid School of Distinction. It's also a Green School Gold Medal winner, a PBIS Platinum recipient, and now a SELPA Silver Ribbon winner. So I do want to congratulate Principal Idy. What a nice legacy you will be leaving behind. And congratulations to administrators and staff for all the hard work you have done at that school. Tonight, I also want to take a moment to recognize the outstanding achievements of our high school students at the 42nd San Bernardino County Academic Decathlon. Just to give you a little knowledge of Decathlon, it's not just made up of high achieving students, it's made up of 3 students with high GPAs, 3 students with middle GPAs, and 3 students with low GPAs. And these students all rise to the top when they are put in such high academic situations. And they compete in 14 subject areas. So we had 2 teams at each school compete, and really a good testament to Rialto that one school stood in the first 5 in the 4th place, and the other school stood in the 9th place. So that's a really high testimony for the academics that we have in the district. I also was at Rialto USD History Social Science Educators of Excellence for 24-25 by the Inland Empire Council for Social Studies, and congratulations go to Mrs. Helen Johnson from Cove Middle School and Michael Martinelli from Eisenhower High School, and both teachers have used engaging approaches and creative lessons to make history relevant to their students, and they're well deserving of this honor. I also want to take a moment and reflect on the wonderful, incredible Black History celebration at our district this past Saturday. It was truly an exciting event filled with celebration of culture through powerful performances, inspiring speeches, well-deserved awards, and more. The energy in the theater hall was electric as families, students, staff, and community members gathered to honor Black excellence, innovation, and technology. And 150 individuals, including more than 90 students, were recognized. A special acknowledgement to Beth Ann Scantlebury, another person who works behind the scenes to make sure that all our students get one-to-one computers. Her leadership has been instrumental in advancing equitable access to technology for our students. And thank you to Mr. Joseph Williams and his Curtis Winton family and Community Engagement Center team, Mr. Derek Harris, Dr. Ayana Bolagan, for the various ways they have advised our District African American Parent Advisory Council Committee. Again, we have other things coming up this week. On Friday, we have 2 events coming up, or 3 events actually. We have the Black History Month celebration done by Rialto USD Nutrition Services, celebrating Black History Month. And it's going to be Friday, February 21st from 5:30 to 8 at the Cafe Bistro. At the same time, from 5 to 7 p.m., we have Dr. Scott having her CPAC parent meeting, so they can come down after that. It's going to be in the PDC conference room. And on the same day, we also have Kelly Elementary doing their Black History Bee at 4:15 p.m. at Kelly Elementary. So a lot of exciting things going on. And then I also could not attend the Rialto High School 3rd Annual Black Honor Roll Ceremony, but I heard it was really great, and they honored students for perseverance, the most improved, honor roll, high honor roll, and distinguished honors. And it was wonderful to hear that former students Kamal Davis and Kenneth Thomas, who founded the Black Honor Roll at Rialto High School, came back to offer inspiration to our current students. And congratulations, Knights. Finally, I also attended the Curls, Coils, and Crowns celebration on February 8th. And it's always nice to see our amazing elementary students who were at Eisenhower High School, students from Fitzgerald, Eubanks, Kodiak, Morgan, Preston, and Trapp, were recognized for completing this program proudly across the stage with confidence and cultural pride. We all know that when we build up a culture, kids have pride in their culture, they also do well, and they have that cultural pride really builds up self-confidence in them. And so I really enjoy our diverse district, and that's all I have to report for.
Thank you. Board Member Williams?
So, want to start off by taking this opportunity to just reiterate that even though sometimes we are presented with very hard topics, we have a duty from this side of the desk to listen and hear, and everyone, we welcome everyone's opinions, whether we look like it or we don't. We aren't allowed to speak on certain things, whether that's for privacy reasons, legal issues, or maybe it's a due process issue. But just know that we hear you. One of the most troubling things going on in our district is the issue of students being taken advantage of by adults. And I'm not sure what it looks like from this side, from that side when you look at us, but that is never okay. We don't condone it. And we understand how hard it is for someone to come forth with that information, to resurface things from the past, to even wrestle with themselves, to feel like maybe I did something wrong, or maybe no one's gonna believe me, or too much time has passed. But the only way that we can uncover things that are buried are for people to come forward if something has happened. So you're not a burden to us. We want this to be a good district. We want people to have good memories when they look back at their time here. We want people to thrive and not be stuck on believing, not be stuck in their, not be stuck from going forward in their lives, or not being affected by their lives because of things that happen by bad actors. Not sure who the gatekeepers were, but I could tell you now, lots of things are coming up. And we believe that, and I hope I'm speaking for all of us, that, even if justice is slow, we believe in it being served. So just know that we're working on your behalf. We hear you. We're asking the hard questions, we're having the difficult conversations, even if it doesn't look like it. Also, okay, so that was that. Want to say, you know, really proud of what the district's been doing in terms of increasing our English and math scores, and we're even getting science scores now. Like, we're doing a lot of amazing things. And even though we ask you guys the hard questions and have the serious faces, we do appreciate everything that our administration is doing to focus on the kids. Yes, we have all of these adult issues that we're focusing on, but there's a lot going on that where we are focusing on the kids. As you saw here, we are trying to put academics first. Like, that is the most important. Without students, we don't need to be here, right? I had some more comments, but my comments, I need to pull them back up.
Just a reminder, we'll be going back in.
Right.
We
It's
still
not that
have an
many.
issue.
It's not that many. Sorry.
So we have to go back in.
Just wanted to say congratulations to Jay Hugh for winning the Silver Ribbon Self Award, which was mentioned. I also heard through the grapevine that Board Member Dominguez won a competition for Toastmasters. Congratulations. And just, I really loved hearing about all the ways that Black history's been celebrated across the district. There's so much history in the making by our students, and so we want to continue to uplift them and ensure each student truly understands, no matter which culture they come from, that they are their ancestors' wildest dreams, and they have a duty to become all that they can be, and we understand that we have a duty to help them do that. That's it.
Thank you. Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Board Member Williams, for speaking about issues that we cannot speak about just because, like you said, it's due process. We do hear you. We do hear the concerns. We do know what's going on. But unfortunately, due to the Brown Act, due to things that, we have to, keep confidential, closed session items, we have to keep that confidentiality. So, we do hear you. We do hear the concerns. So thank you so much for addressing that. Now, I do want to start off by saying that Saturday's event, it was impactful. I got there late because I was at the competition, but as soon as I walked in, it was amazing. It was amazing. And as we're wrapping up Black History Month, we are going into Women's Month. And with that being said, I do want to highlight some very, very special young ladies from J. Hugh and Rialto High, as they took third in nationals this past weekend. They are our cheer team from J. Hugh and Rialto High. They took nationals again because they're amazing. And also, I do want to highlight a special young lady, Sofia Orciaga. She plays in the Notorious Volleyball League and has been playing volleyball all of her high school years. And she is in this league where she competes across a lot of volleyball players all over the United States. She has not placed yet because she is in the finals. So on Monday, she will be playing against somebody from, I believe it was Nevada, somewhere in Nevada. So we have somebody playing in the nationals against Nevada. So congratulations to her. And she goes to Rialto High. She is a sophomore at Rialto High. So congratulations and good luck on your game. Now, I spoke a little bit earlier about our DLI starting in our high schools. I know this is a new adventure for all of us. for administration, for ed services, for our parents, for our students. It's going to be wild. So we need to have some kind of orientation over the summer, some kind of introduction for our parents so they are prepared. It is a transition for the parents, for them going into this new program, a transition from middle school to high school. So they're basically doing double duty. So they're kind of double scared. I would be, especially having my son going into high school and going into this new program. That's kind of frightening. So we need to have those conversations early on during the summer with the parents, have that open communication with our parents, with our students, with our administrators, with our teachers, so that way they're prepared, so that way they know what they're going into, and they're not walking into something blind the first day of school. We need to be prepared. We need to think ahead, be proactive. Because if we're not, it's just going to be a mess, and we can't do that. Rialto's not like that. There has been a lot of noise lately, and we need to cut it out. We need to cut it out. So let's get it together, and let's start having those conversations early with our families and with our students and with our staff. I do want to highlight our media service team. They have been awarded our Distinguished Citizens Award from our Toastmasters. They have helped behind the scenes with small things, big things, everything. So I do want to highlight Ms. Edith Ortiz, Mr. Matthew Peters, and Mr. Ricardo Carlos in receiving this distinguished award for all their help and all their efforts, not only helping our district, but it also benefits this dinner is also going to benefit their scholarship funds that Toastmaster awards every year to our Rialto students. Okay, I'm going to keep it short, but we're just going to keep moving forward. We're going to focus on our kids, and I really liked what one of the speakers says is go back to your why, because that's what we're here for, right? Is our why. And with Women's Month coming up, I do want to say I am a proud Guatemalan woman, and I will always be. I always teach my kids both sides of their heritage. One's Mexican, one's Guatemalan, and I will always teach them they have to embrace both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Montez.
Thank you, Board President, Dr. Lewis. I want to just thank everybody who spoke tonight. I think a lot of good stuff was shared. And we need to hear from different parts of the community and different employees of the community. I want to first thank Mrs. Parent Mary Baker, parent who spoke from Dunn Elementary. I actually saw her in the lobby here some weeks back, and I remember speaking to her. She looked upset. She was in the lobby. She was waiting to speak to somebody. Maybe she was meeting here with the superintendent's office. But I had gotten her number, and I meant to get in contact with her. And I lost her phone number, but I remember her name, and I remember her children. And, because the last name Baker. And I just want to thank her for waiting as long as she waited in the boardroom to speak patiently with her children. And sometimes our students have certain how would I say? I don't want to say disabilities or certain and I want to thank everybody who was patient, because I went over to tell her. She looked like she had apologized about one of her children challenges, and I went over and told her, hey, look, it's okay, you know, we understand, no one's gonna be bothered, no one's gonna tell you anything, you know. I felt the need to go over and tell her, because I heard her apologize, you know, for one of her students, one of her children. But anyway, I want to just ask our acting superintendent to please try to meet with her and listen to her concerns. It's not the first time that she's been to the district office, and even though a lot of parents don't know that the after-school program is not really our direct program. It's a third-party program that we were able to pay for through funding, through state grant. We still have some accommodations that we can try to, some services, some resources that we could try to provide at the school site or, you know, through the district. So if we could try to help her.
Yeah, we'll check into it.
And then I want to also just thank the Aguilar family for coming here again. I don't know if I didn't say this the last time. I'm pretty sure I did, and I'll say it again. I have no problem with metal detectors. And some of our schools might have some more issues than some of our other schools, but regardless, I don't think any parent or most parents would not be against having metal detectors at our schools. I know that the wand metal detectors might be cheap, you know, but they require manpower. They require somebody to be waving, you know, lines of people or students, and it'd be easier, even though it's more expensive, to buy some nice high-tech metal detectors that are at the entrances, not just for our students, but for adults that are coming onto the campus. They should pass through these metal detectors, because we live in a time where, ever since Columbine, you know, it's different nowadays. It's not like when we were growing up. Times change, people change, and I don't think anybody's against the metal detectors, and it should be something that this district really considers, that our board really considers, especially when we have to look at cuts or tightening the budget. Safety has always been a priority for everyone here, and it hasn't changed. Things happen, and we're aware of that, and those things need to be investigated, those things need to be looked at, but the goal still remains for safety to be our priority. That means metal detectors, that means whatever we need to do to make our schools safer, so our students feel safer, so our staff feel safer, so our parents feel safer, then so be it. I don't think anyone's against it. So maybe Dr. D'Souza can put together, you know, some kind of plan or proposal for the board's consideration to look at, you know, and add onto the list of all the things that need to be considered in regards to budget, you know, and safety. What I'd like to propose is a board subcommittee. Mr. Martinez knows well, we've had board subcommittees in the past. They comprise of 2 board members, or no more than 2 board members, to take on certain tasks. In this case, what I'd propose a board subcommittee would be for those 2 board members selected by the board to, and whoever's willing to do the work, to compose a board subcommittee to meet with parents, to meet with staff members, to meet with school sites, to meet with departments in regards to, and to even meet with the unions in regards to all of these concerns that have been coming up in the last, I don't know, 9-10 months or whatever. A lot of things have happened. You know, it's like this year has been a very bad year for a lot of people in many different ways. Well, it seems like there's been a chapter in the district's history where the last 9 or 10 months, a lot of things have happened, a lot of things have come up, a lot of things have come forward, and I think it requires a board subcommittee to work with the acting superintendent and staff members to really sit down and come to the table with parents and teachers and staff members, and to really start taking a look at a lot of these issues that are being raised, a lot of these concerns, and then that subcommittee can then report back to the board for possible board direction or board action, or the acting superintendent can make those recommendations. But I've been hearing that we're not out there enough. I've been hearing that we need to get out there. We need to get to our facilities, our school sites, we need to speak with people. We shouldn't have to wait for people to have to come here and share their concerns with us here. We could also be proactive and also go to them. We can reach out to them. We can meet with them, and really start to work at making changes. And in regards to change, I want to just end with a quote from the late great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. that change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitably, but comes through continuous struggle. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice President Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Lewis, Madam President.
Good morning.
I'm trying.
We have to, this is adjourn on another
Okay,
day.
Dr. D'Souza, please update the board on the metal detectors, where we are, where we've been, how we can improve, develop a plan. How many do we need and where are they needed? I want to agree with everything that's been communicated from the board, and I'm trying to cut things down. If you need me or to reach a board member, the easy way to reach me is info@joemartinez.org. Info, I-N-F-O, at my name, joemartinez.org. If you happen to be a whistleblower, in the subject, please put whistleblower. Many people are coming forward. Something has changed. The circumstances have been that people are tired of putting up with stuff. And like the parents are concerned about metal detectors. They're tired of not hearing about it. Well, we can't talk about all these things, but we are on it. Lawyers work slowly. It's probably because they can bill hourly. Everything else, an investigation, a thorough investigation, takes time. So we are on everything that was talked about tonight. We are aware of, I'll speak for myself, I am aware of about 80% of it. Some of the things that some principals have been accused of and are in trouble for right now, I wasn't aware of. So thank you for bringing it forward. Some of it I was. The machine I heard about when it was brought about here at the podium. So again, info@joemartinez.org. I will get back to you as soon as I can, usually within 24 hours. And let us know what you hear, Dr. D'Souza, because everything should route through your office. And as you travel the district daily on your 3 or 4 sites a day, ask what the needs are. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, and we still have to go back in a closed session? Yeah, no, it'll be good morning. Good morning. And so I know it's nice to sit up here and try to do policy, but this is not the policy. And so, these things have been deep-seated and coming to the surface, and it's nothing that just sprouted up. It's part of our next chapter of moving forward and moving on, is that we will, look for a couple search committees to make sure that we will cast a wide net and be open to whomever and to go through that process. We're continually to work hard, and I think congratulations again for the Toastmasters. So I know you can get, what is it, 2 minutes they do Toastmasters?
It's a 5 to 7
Five,
minute.
okay, so I know board members' response could do that. So we might have to have that little timekeeper for our own response. But it's good. We really need to hear from the people, and that's why everyone who's here speaks, and we've been coming in early for extra sessions, because we had a lot discussed in closed session. But be it as it may, we can limit ourselves and 2 to 5, 5 to 6, however it is. We might have to start working on that. But I think these long meetings are coming to the end because we've turned a page and we're going to the next step. So let's move on. Consent calendar. Okay, we'll go ahead. And thank you, staff, because I'm not the only one that have to turn around and be here in the morning, right?
Thank you, President Lewis. We are going to move on to consent calendar items. All items in the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
Do we have any polls?
Do we want to do a motion first?
Yes.
Motion?
So moved. Second.
And what polls do we have?
I wanted us to revisit and look at that policy that was brought up through a survivor lens and have that vetted. I thought that was very insightful and a good catch. On the approval, here it is, page
E12
Yeah.
and E13,
E12 and E13.
page 6.
Yeah, so we need to really have that revisit through those lens. So I want to pull that. And did you have any one that we wanted for E3 2011? Are you on that too?
E3.11, let me see. Which is that one? No, I didn't have any questions on that one.
You're not attending?
Oh, I'm attending. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we
yeah,
need to pull
yeah.
it so you can, yeah, okay.
So that's E3.11.
Yes.
Member
Well, we can
Dominguez.
vote separately.
I don't think I have to recuse myself because I'm not on there.
Well, if you do all items on the consent, okay, but this way you can just put, you're not going?
No, I'm going, but I'm not on there. It just says parents. This is just parents.
They do have you.
Just separate.
Okay, well, just separate. Okay, that's
That's
fine.
what we're doing.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Okay, so we are pulling E311, right?
yes,
Separate action.
separate action.
Want to pull, where is it? Just the warrant listing, the PO warrant listing,
The which one?
the PO warrant listing.
But which one?
In the grade bond. Little grade.
But it's in
Oh.
consent, right?
It's in F.
Oh, it's in that.
Yeah, this is a
So
consent calendar.
the warrant listing, is that what you're talking about? So it is a consent calendar item. It's E3.1.
Is that the one we put?
Yes. So it's on page 9 of your book. Is that the one?
Thank you.
E3.1.
Okay. All right, so all approve the consent calendar items. We're gonna go and vote. We're gonna pull out, just for a recap.
For recap, it's going to be E1.2, E1.3, E 3.1 and E 3.11.
I make a motion that we approve all consent calendar items except for the pools for separate action.
Okay. Vote by Board Member Williams. Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, thank you. We move on to E 1.2. Approve the second reading of board policies 4119.24, 4219.24, and 4319.2. Point 24.
So my motion was to pull it so it can be revised.
Oh, okay, pull it, sorry.
Yes.
Discuss that. So we've had it, we kind of started revising
Into the
it.
mic.
Sorry. We kind of started revising it last meeting, and then it was brought back. And so we have,
I'm sorry, we can't take action,
Okay.
we can't discuss it unless
Right,
we're gonna
'cause
take
it's not-
action on it.
Okay.
So if we're gonna pull it to bring it back, that's when we can discuss it. So
Okay.
It needs to be pulled, and then whatever language you guys have concerns about or would like to change, that'll be the time to do it before it gets brought back.
Well, we want it to be, we'll pull the items
We want
for,
staff to know what
to
the
revision.
concerns are.
it was stated that the language to review by through a sexual assault lens and things like that was required. I thought that was a good comment that we need to
Absolutely.
revisit.
right, so I did have a question
Go
about
ahead.
how we're going to go about that, because it was something I was going to pull anyway. But it was also said, when it comes back, is it going to come back just with the language from the person who's going to look through it through that lens? How are we going to, is it
No,
just
it
going to show
should
up like
be-
this?
No, it should be given, sent to us, so we can look at the revision, because it's a board policy.
Okay.
Friday before the
So if that is sent in the weekly board update with the
can
suggested
update
revisions?
Okay.
Okay.
Update, okay.
It'll go on Monday.
So that one's being brought back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's going to be
So it's-
revised and
It's
sent
being
to us.
pulled and tabled for the next meeting, but you'll get some revisions in your board update
Okay.
from the team. Okay. So just for clarification, are we also pulling E 1.3?
No, we're just voting on that separate.
Got it. Okay.
Page 39.
So approve the second reading of revised board policy 5145.
No, that one. I thought you were talking about E 3.11.
Oh, so that second board policy is also being
Yes.
pulled and brought back. Got it.
We're pulling both of them.
Pulled off the agenda.
Yes, pulled.
Yes, pulled completely. Okay, E 3.1, approve the warrant listing and purchase order listing. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second?
All funds from the January 15, 2025 through January 28, 2025, sent under separate coverage to board members. A copy for public review will be available on the district's website.
Okay, question, discussion? Oh, you pulled?
I pulled it because I need to abstain for
Okay,
potential perceived conflict of interest.
okay. All righty, so roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Abstain.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Member, Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye. Okay.
Okay, 3.11. Approve parents to attend California Association for Bilingual Education. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve the registration fees, lodging, and travel costs for 10 Rialto Unified School District parents or guardians who are District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC representatives, and/or parents of English learners to attend the CABE 2025 Annual Conference in Long Beach, effective March 26, 2025 through March 29, 2025, at a cost not to exceed $26,000 and to be paid from the Title III Limited English Provision Funds.
Any questions on discussion?
Yeah, we need to, so it says that we're approving for registration fees, lodging, and travel, but we need to add in, I believe, meals. Sorry. Meals.
Are the meals included or not
That's
included?
inclusive of that.
So that should be part of the travel expenses unless we need to talk to Dr. Madrid in more detail.
She's coming.
Lodging
There she
would
is.
include,
I
when
think
you
that
say
is-
lodging, it definitely includes meals or just where you stay.
Yeah,
Correct.
go to the mic, please. Thank you.
Good evening, President Lewis and board members. I am Marina Madrid, agent of multilingual programs, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We were just saying, sorry. It says we're approving registration fees, lodging, and travel costs, and so I guess I had the question of if lodging is considered meals and where you stay. So this also includes the meals, the budget.
This also includes the meals, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Yes, aye.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez?
Abstain?
Okay.
No.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move on to discussion action items. F1, authorize the purchase of products and services from Train US Incorporated and CW Government LLC, utilizing approved intergovernmental contracts.
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discuss? Oh, go ahead.
Approve the list of intergovernmental contracts as presented at a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from various funds.
Any questions or discussions? This is F1.
It's on page 22.
Okay. Roll call vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F2, approve the 2025 summer school and enrichment program. Motion.
So move.
Second?
Approve the proposed student eligibility and priority plan course of study, calendar, and schedule of classes for this year's summer school and enrichment program effective June 2nd, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $1,600,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
Yeah. So I actually had a lot. Can we have Mr. Perez? Can we have Mr. Perez?
He's not in charge.
Oh,
It's elementary or secondary question.
sorry. Okay.
So it's
Can we have staff to come up? Okay, let's go ahead. He's
Is it
going to speak for the
elementary or
mic.
secondary? Which one is it?
You can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Let me see which one is left. Okay. You know what, I've asked. So one of the main things I want to make sure with the summer, okay, so with the summer programs, are all of our students going to be allowed to choose where they go for summer school? If I'm enrolled at TRAP, and I like Casey's summer program, how will that work?
That's Dr. Lin. Oh, you want to answer it, man? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer that. Can you guys hear me?
Nope. Well, yes, we can, but it's not going next to the microphone.
There it is. It's working better. Last time I had to press it to work. So yes, they can attend. If there's a program that is not being offered at another school, of course, they're in our district. But what we have done in the past, and maybe, we can talk about this, if they do drop, okay? They have dropped from that school and then registered for the new school that they're going to. That's how we've done it at the secondary level. I'm not sure about the elementary, okay? But I can go ahead and ask that question to Dr. Lin here.
Go ahead, Dr. Lin, to the
And
mic.
the only reason we do that is just to make sure, because they're going to another school and we register them to.
Go ahead.
Good evening, board. I'm sorry, I was in
Good
the
evening.
hallway. Can you repeat the question?
So when it comes to summer programs, can a student that's currently enrolled in one school go to a summer program in another school? How would that work?
So currently, we offer the same enrichment opportunities across the board. So if a student goes to Trapp Elementary, I think I heard you say Trapp on the way here, then whether they attend Trapp or Hugh Banks or Casey, the programs are the same. If they want to attend, it all depends on enrollment. We do have an enrollment process, and depending on how soon the classes get filled, it's basically we give priority to the students that is their homeschool first.
Okay, so and I heard you guys say that they would have to pretty much drop themselves from their current school.
That's secondary.
That's for
That's for
yeah.
secondary.
For secondary.
But even elementary, they cannot be enrolled in two different schools in the district.
So is that something that?
So for elementary, it's considered enrichment, so it's not necessarily summer school. For secondary, high school is considered summer school. For us, it's more of an enrichment opportunity, and enrichment opportunities are not mandatory, it's optional. And we do highly recommend, and the schools do a really good job at recruiting, especially addressing and those students that really need that high enrichment opportunity that they wouldn't get otherwise. So our goal is to target those students first, give them priority, and then the rest would be, open to the parents. But actually, we never really been asked that question. I'm assuming we would have to look into it as far as availability, but we do prioritize the students who belong at that school first, because their teachers are there, so they're familiar with the campus, they're familiar with the teacher procedures, and parents also feel more comfortable. But I'm sure if someone from Trapp wants to go to Casey, we're pretty accommodating and we make it work. But as far as the program, it'll be the same program that they're receiving.
Well, I would like to see every summer program being advertised to all of the parents, because what I have noticed in the past, and I don't know if it's changed this year, is that this school might have something like really STEM focused, or like, was it like Hot Wheels or something? And this other school may have like sewing and media. So to me, all of the programs are not created equally, and some students, I want to make sure that each student has an opportunity to get the type of enrichment that interests them. But I don't believe that should be, that a parent should have to like go through extra paperwork to drop from one school, go to the other. If there's some way for us to code enrollment, I don't know, give an extra coding just for summer versus, the regular school year, so that it may be an internal thing that happens for them to enroll different, and not so much on the parent end where they have to do all this extra paperwork.
We would have to look at enrollment, and also, this is my first year doing it, so I don't know what the past practice really was, but our goal this year is to create a more cohesive program so that we're not competing, and also providing, as I said, since it's enrichment, we want to make sure that whether it's sewing, clarinet lessons or STEM, activities, we want to create some cohesion so that so that our students are receiving opportunities that are enriching them overall, and that we are not competing with them. So we are in the process of looking at those options as well. But we do advertise it. I know the schools advertise it. I know, I think Mr. Perez did a good job last year where he was communicating with principals and school sites, and there was a lot of promotion on the enrichment program for elementary. And if you notice, it's shorter. The sessions are shorter than the other ones because it's enrichment. It's not a requirement. And so we want to make sure that it's tailored to the needs of the students, but also that we have that cohesion across the district when it comes to all of our 19 elementaries.
So just to redirect, it doesn't state, and this is more of the funding, it doesn't state that it's restricted or not. So maybe if you can, we can approve the funding, and then you can come back and get the details, because the way it's written doesn't limit that idea, which is, I think, probably is a good idea. People want to do something during the
I'm
summer.
your third board member.
But this is more of the funding for the various, the way this is written, but
Yeah,
we
for
probably
elementary-
need to have that input so you wouldn't have to disenroll. I get it.
Yeah.
You're just there for the summer and you like your regular school.
Yeah,
But-
for elementary, that's why it comes from the ELOP funds versus secondary comes from the general ed.
Right.
Because it's considered, like I keep repeating, part of that enrichment opportunity. And that comes from the budget that is not managed by me per se, but I'll look at that.
No, this was just for the approval of board member
Yeah.
Dominguez.
Yes,
So in regards to the funding, does this funding include for the DLI too as well? Because I know that in the past, they had said, oh, well, Morgan is the only school for DLI students for the enrichment. So are we specifying only one school that's going to be funded only for DLI, or are we keeping them at their home schools and including that funding for that home school for the DLI?
Dr. Madrid can speak about that, but we are including it at all schools, not just a one school for DLI programs. Is that your question?
Yes, and
Yeah,
then is
it's
that
not
funding
just a one
included?
school.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was made under the impression, but it's not what.
And we
the
do
common
have
practice
separate
has been.
funding because we have EL funding that's going to categorical funding, and we have the ELOP, but all schools are offering the same programs.
And then I didn't see on here that as we're adventuring into our high school DLI, are we going to be offering a high school summer school program for the DLI students coming in incoming?
So for the ELOP, I'll have Mr. Perez talk because he's done it for the last 2 years. Go ahead, Mr. Perez. And if Ms. Madrid can please come back.
Good evening.
Well, we do have a time, so this is the budget. Either we're going to pull this and go back to a discussion, or we're going to.
Is it time sensitive?
No, we're trying to approve.
Yeah,
the
it is.
budget.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But these questions, that's what I'm saying. If we
Well, I
have
mean,
further.
we need to approve money to.
Wait,
for-
I'm just saying, if we have further questions on it, can we approve? Because it's going to be funded, correct?
So the recommendation
So
is-
this is the operation?
I think Ms. Lewis is concerned that it's 11:18 PM and we still need to go back into closed session to finish up
Our main
a
budget.
portion we didn't finish. So just with all due respect, if we could just wrap, like, maybe just
Can we
out of
put it
3
on
or
the
4
board
questions,
update?
just ask like the real important one.
Well, I wanted to see if this is going to hinder approving this budget or not, for the questions, and we can pull it, or we can go further and get the detail.
So I think this was more than budget because we're talking about the priority plan, course of study, calendar, and schedule of classes.
So let's go ahead and pull this item so we can get the clear,
Are we tabling
When-
it
because it
for
wasn't
next-
sure, yeah.
When
said it
do
was
we
time
need to
sensitive.
have it? When is the
But if it's
deadline
not
for this
right,
to be
if you want
approved?
to have high school ELP, we need to really know that.
If I may,
Yes.
Dr. Lewis. Good evening, Norberto Perez, lead agent of expanded learning programs and safety innovations. A little late, so I'm almost forgetting things here. But in a nutshell, yes, it does include under ELOP all of the programs that are being funded inclusive of the DLI, every single one of them. Last year, I changed that so that we do not have students go to another school. Every school will have all of their programs. Additionally, principals can actually submit what type of program they want to specify anything unique programs. The principals have to actually send in a request of what they would like to fund, and it gets funded. So it is inclusive.
But the question was, do you have to disenroll your elementary student if you want to go to this program for summer?
The answer would be yes for that, yes. But to the point that what should happen and should occur is that the principal should do a survey to see what programs are needed at their school, because this is not a cookie cutter. Every school is different.
The programs are available to all the schools. It just depends on which programs they want.
So if they want
See,
solely
we have a Myers that's like a STEM academy. We have a TRAP that's like a DLI. There might be a DLI person that really wants to do STEM. So if you send out a survey to parents at one school that's only had so many offerings, and they don't even know what's available to them across the district, then I'm not sure that survey is going to really reflect everything available to them or the things that they would want. Like, you only are going to vote on what you're aware of. So I want to make sure our parents throughout the district are aware of everything available to them, and that everything's advertised to them across the district, and that when they get those surveys, it's not just from their school principal, it's district-wide. What do you guys want? And then people are allowed to put their kids.
All the principals have the same programs available to them.
They look different.
It's their responsibility to reach out to the parents and see what the parents want at their school.
Well, no, I think she wants flexibility. I think we probably need to pull this item so it can be clear.
If I may say, when you say it's time sensitive, it is for staffing purposes.
But-
Might I make
need
a
it
suggestion?
You need
We
it approved
pass
tonight?
it and then work the
The
logistics out.
details out, yeah. Okay.
I make a motion to
So-
approve the item.
Second it. Wait. Okay, so, go ahead, Martha. Let's sort of revisit this.
So, I'm sorry, are we
Go
gonna
ahead and read it
Go ahead
again.
and read it.
Mm-hmm.
Approve the proposed student eligibility and priority plan course of study, calendar, and schedule of classes for the year summer school and enrichment program effective June 2nd, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $1,600,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Okay, so I made the first motion. Ms. Dominguez seconded. And then the question discussion was robust. So are we ready for a vote?
No, I would like to amend the recommendation or the.
Well,
what
we
we're voting
can't,
on.
you can abstain, and then it can come back with clarification. Because you want to amend it to,
Right, to say, to approve the proposed student eligibility and priority plan, calendar and schedule of classes, so maybe just take out the. But we're approving all of it right now.
The funding.
It doesn't just say funding, it's all of it.
Yeah.
so
The-
you,
the
if you,
adjustments can be made to it, but we need them to.
yeah, you
be able
can
to start
abstain if you
hiring
doesn't like
staff.
the wording, or you can approve it, or which, so, Board Member Williams?
Abstain.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye. Okay, but we do making a note, those clarifications could be given to all the board members. And I think
Try to,
in writing, and then
Dr.
the
D'Souza?
plan.
we'll try to put on the
Can
board
you
up.
do it for our board update?
Yeah, we'll try our best.
Okay.
Okay, item F3, approve the 2024-2025 extended school year program. Motion,
So move.
Second.
approve the proposed plan, calendar, and schedule of the 2024-2025 extended school year program for all eligible students with disabilities effective February 6, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $600,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
How many students?
Comment, I just want to commend the board for.
Oh, he asked a question. He didn't get it down.
Oh.
So, Dr. Scott there?
If there's a comment, you might as well just say your comment.
Thank you.
And then,
If we do a spreadsheet to keep the timelines, that might be these.
you might want to repeat your question.
Yes. On F3, how many students does the $600,000 cover?
So, good evening, Board President, board members, Acting Superintendent, Dr. D'Souza. I'm Dr. Scott. I'll be happy to answer your question. Right now, we run a query, so we have approximately 466 students that would be eligible to attend ESY. So what we do is this time of year, we started having meetings. The teachers will determine if the students have regressed in skills, and then they'll make a recommendation for ESY to the parents as part of the IEP process. Once that recommendation is made, parents can register to attend ESY. They do have the option of going to a regular summer school. So as you guys talked about the ELOP programs and the enrichment programs, parents do have an option to choose that, or they can go to ESY.
Board Clerk Montes had a.
No, I just wanted to thank the board for approving this. It's been how many years now that we've been doing it? This wasn't available before previously.
Well, it should have been. It's part of the law, so it is required. So it should have been.
Okay.
But in the last 2 years that I've been here, we make sure that it happens and that the parents are informed.
But how much money was set aside for it?
About the same. So for this year, I contacted business services and I asked how much did we spend last year and the year before. So we looked at how much we spent the last 2 years, and so we spent under $600,000. So
that's enough.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yes.
Any further questions?
If it's not a means of developing or enhancing new skills and it's just a means of preventing learning loss,
yes.
Is there still going to be some skill development there? It's just that we're not committing to it, or is it more like a babysitting?
No, it's definitely not.
Okay.
No, it's to continue to practice the skills that the students have already learned, but it's not the teaching of new skills. So we need to assess the students to determine if they've shown significant regression during like winter break, spring break. So the teachers are supposed to take data and then determine what the students' needs are. So there's not any new teaching, but just reinforcing skills that they have already learned and continue to master.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item F4, approve the revised 2025-2026 school calendar, and it's found in attachment page 118. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
I'm looking at the picture in the back and just, can we make it a little bit more clear for the next one? I mean, it's gonna move forward, but I'm like, I got pretty thick glasses and.
It'll be redesigned. The communications
Yeah.
department is going to redesign it.
Double spread.
Any further?
What changes were?
So we had to add more days in June because of the people having to get a check for the month of June. So we had to go back and add those days. I think Diane can explain it better than me. Go ahead.
What are the biggest differences from last calendar?
Yeah.
So we required an amendment to ensure that we had STRS wages in the month of June, so that for those employees who do receive a paycheck on July 1st, there was a corresponding month of actual work. What this prevented was our certificated employees from being shorted in their retirement. And so we worked together in the calendar committee to revise the prior calendar to make sure that we were able to report their earnings correctly.
Any further questions? Or
No.
Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montes?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F5, adopt resolution number 242535 for National School Breakfast Week.
So move.
Second.
Proclaim March 3rd through the 7th, 2025 as National School Breakfast Week and encourage all citizens to recognize the efforts made by schools and their food service directors and cafeteria staff to ensure the health, safety, and success of our children.
Any questions or discussion?
Yes, I propose to make an amendment on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th whereas statement to take out my in front of administration.
Narrative
What did you say?
on page 120.
Uh-huh.
Okay, on page 120.
Sorry, page 120, resolution 242535, National School Breakfast Week.
And it's the fifth paragraph, correct?
So the
Member
fifth
Williams?
whereas.
3, 4, 5th whereas.
to remove the word why.
My.
I'm sorry, my.
Yes, my. And then also, I would like to revise the actual resolution, the now therefore be it resolved. I'd like it to be in alignment with the National School Breakfast Week resolution, which is now therefore be it resolved, that the Board of Education does hereby proclaim the week of March 3rd through 7th, 2025 as National School Breakfast Week, and we encourage all residents to become aware of the benefits of the school breakfast program and support good nutrition habits for their children in the hope of achieving a more healthful citizenry for today and the future.
Okay, so it seemed like this is a edit, a revision, so we probably need to pull it to get that wording right, since it is a resolution. Any other further questions?
And just to let you know why, because I hadn't discussed this with you all, right now we have all of these whereas statements that are wonderful, but when we get down to the resolution, it's not really focused on what the week is about. It's more focused on what we're doing to implement the week. So just want to make sure it's in alignment with what the week is really about.
You can email that one. Email that one.
It's sort of a rewording of how the resolution is set up and written. Part of how it's written nationally on the resolution, so following that same program. I think school breakfast is so important to get it right, and they get a lot of awards, so we can sort of.
It's the most important meal of the day.
Yeah.
We can.
It's a commitment. The resolution, the way it's worded, is a commitment for us to.
Yeah.
The way it's written, so right now it says we do hereby proclaim it National School Breakfast Week and encourages all citizens to recognize the efforts made by the schools, our food service directors, and our cafeteria staff to ensure health, safety, and success for our children. And we can move that to a whereas statement that we do appreciate the services that all of us have provided. But this proclamation, all these whereas statements should direct us to
Why?
encouraging the residents to become aware of the benefits of breakfast.
So, to set the standard, this is something, if this is part of our minutes and record and you want to reformat. But two, when we get these, corrections and errors and working with a new format, we can sort of turn that into the superintendent office to look at a new format. So on this one, are we ready for a vote?
Well, I just have a question. Was it submitted by?
Fawcett and Diane.
But does it come from the state? Diane, can you address that? This is the resolution that the state puts out.
I couldn't identify a state resolution. However, it is a resolution that we have been using for many, many years.
Yeah. So, it's always good to change your format if it's so be to give our selection. So we can go ahead and sort of vote on it. If we decide to continue as is, we can vote, or if you want to vote yes or not. But I do think the solution of having a new framework or template is a good idea. What is the pleasure of the board?
I would like to revise it.
And so I think with that wording, it has to probably be with a template. So
I don't think I'm clear on what you mean by a new template.
you want to put the wording, and it has to be a resolution. So they're going to have to
Yeah,
retype
just
it and set it up.
submit your changes to
So we can have it in.
to staff so that they can incorporate your changes.
Right.
Well, this is in March. This is going to be in 2 weeks, so I think this is time sensitive.
Well,
No,
that's
it's just a
what I'm saying.
resolution.
Yeah,
No,
okay,
it's just a
no.
resolution.
It's not
Yeah,
time.
it's just-
Okay, so we'll go ahead and pull for correction.
The important thing is not to just approve resolutions, but to actually try to
At the meaning.
live by them.
So, if you guys could speak to what we're doing as part of that week, please.
Okay. So this is pull item 4-5, okay, 4-6, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, just to get it clear on my record, so we're pulling it and bringing back with the correct language on March 5th?
Yes, and I think for clarification, Board Member Williams, can you write those suggestions
Yes.
and submit? And then it can be submitted to all of us, and they'll be in our next board member.
And it'll be time to celebrate it.
Right?
Okay, got it. Moving on to item F6, adopt resolution number 242536 for non-reelection of certificated probationary employees.
So move.
Second.
Any questions?
No.
No? Okay. So vote by Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F7, administrative hearings.
So move.
Second.
Board
Case-
Member, oh, go
sorry,
ahead. read
Case
the
numbers 242541, 242543.
Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
No on both.
Okay. All right. So I make a motion to go back into closed session.
Second.
Oh, we have to vote. Aye.
The time is 11:37.
I'm tired.
We haven't taken a vote to move to closed session.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
No,
I
we didn't.
said aye on that. Make a motion, do we second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
session item, yeah. Okay, welcome, good morning.
Literally. This morning.
Okay, make a motion to close session.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion open session.
I'll make the motion to reopen open session.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All righty. All right, so motion to adjourn. The next regular board meeting of the Board of Education of Rialto Unified School District will be held on March 5th, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casaluna Educational Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the board at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent office. So move, Lewis.
Second.
Okay, vote by all more board members.
Aye.
Okay, time is, good morning, 12:15 a.m.